During the last 9 months, students from all over the world have been working hard to create, build, and impact our future. Together with our sponsor companies, the students have battled through research, wicked problems, and open-ended complex questions that do not always have a straightforward solution. Through the cycle of learning, exploration, and discovery, all of us collaborate in this journey that brings innovation, new ideas, and solutions to a better world. Supported by their corporate partners and led by passionate coaches, professors, and each other, the teams have put all their efforts to go from a wicked, ill-defined challenge to a new and human-centered, innovative solution that aims at being viable, feasible, and desirable. Sugar Network brings all these ingredients together, and each university partner carries with them a unique talent generation. Here we practice human-centered design that starts by putting the human in the center of our challenge. And for that, the teams had to go through extensive interviewing, research and ideas, numerous prototypes and testing, as well as failures, which led them to a better understanding of their mission. Our goal is to bring innovation to our partners and to educate the future leaders of tomorrow for a better and more empathetic world. Join us and let's celebrate this milestone, connecting industry and students to create a real impact.
So, hello and welcome everybody to the EXPO Sugar 2022 in San Francisco. My name is Sarah and this is Paula, and we will be your moderators for the day. We have incredible 180 people here today with us celebrating this very special event. You look around, you might wonder, this is why I want to say a warm welcome to our online community, which is also on board. And it's just great that all of you are here to celebrate this day with us.
A very warm welcome also from my side. It's great to have you here at the Expo in San Francisco. We have 16 universities joining today and presenting today. And to get a feeling of how international we are, maybe make some noise if you hear your mother tongue language. Hello.
Ciao.
Vitam.
Hola.
Namaste.
Hey.
Grüezi.
Salut.
Konnichiwa.
And hello. I think the chat was just exploding. I'm really sure.
I hope so.
Very great that you all are here. And all of this would not be possible without our amazing corporate partners. So a big thank you for sharing the energy, the trust, and passion for innovation with us. And thanks to our corporate partners, we have a really wide variety of industries today, right, Paula?
Yes, I've heard something about that. It ranges from insurance to financing over technology, sustainability, health, mobility, and many more, so stay tuned.
So I'm excited. But I mean, we're talking today about the Sugar Expo. So what is the Sugar Network? And therefore, I want to welcome on stage Vanessa, who will introduce it to you. Welcome, Vanessa.
Thank you very much, Sarah and Paula. Welcome, every one of you today. We are really excited. Our energy is super high because it's finally the time to celebrate all your efforts. So we know we have some people that are not that familiar with Sugar Network, and we want to let you know something that is the most important part. What is the purpose of sugar? Why sugar? Sugar wants to make sure that when we bring together corporate partners, the industry, when we bring together the power of the academy, the knowledge, and that also bringing together the universities, the students, then we can be able to teach something that is called design thinking, and that is focused on human centricity. Based on that, what do we want to achieve in the end? Some global responsible innovation. If we think of practical terms, for all of you, we can explain this in, let's say, very foodie way, which is we usually have teams that come for one project, and we have 5 to 7 students, more or less, per project. There is going to be one corporate project partner that is providing a challenge that is kind of frustrating or is bringing a lot of trouble in their companies, and we have the students that are going to take on that challenge and make it happen as they are learning the design thinking approach. We need to add a pinch of craziness, a lot of creativity, and then, of course, always very, very important, a tablespoon of innovation. How do we do with all of these ingredients when we put them all together? We put them in the oven, and they are ready after 9 months. Today, specifically, we are celebrating the results of around 17 corporate partners that sponsored 18 projects. And for that, we have 128 students coming from around 16 universities from all over the world. And that's what you are going to see today here with us. Yeah, we're talking about theory and all the academic possibilities that students have to learn here and how that can fit the industries, right? But on the other side, we also want to make sure that we have students living this experience with the values that you can see here. Multidisciplinarity, that they are able to work in multicultural contexts, that they are self-reliant, and that they are really responsible. So they become really independent workers. I won't extend too much on that. We are going to be happy to exchange along the whole event. In the meantime, I'm happy to say on behalf of the whole network, welcome, and let's get this started.
So I would say this is a really amazing network, and I can really say out of my heart, I'm so proud to be part of it. And now, it's a long but very exciting day, and I want to see what's ahead of us. So first, we will have a very interesting impulse of our keynote speaker, who is one of our corporate partners, Ripple, and will introduce us in the world of blockchain. Then 9:10 a.m. sharp, we will start with the first round of team presentations. Today we will have 3 rounds of team presentations in total and 2 rounds of booth visits where you can go around, ask your questions, get into discussions, and learn more about the solutions. And our closure will be today at 6:30 p.m. So yeah, I think also we will need the breaks in between, but I'm really excited to see this day coming.
That was a lot of information. And if you cannot remember all of us, don't worry, neither can I. For that, we have this booklet, which you can find either printed on the tables or at the entrance, but you can also see it on the Sugar website under the downloads section. You can find all important information in here.
And no worries, also, we are here all day long and will help you with everything. And hereby, I want to mention a very, very important thing, because today would not be happening without all the people you can see here and also around the room. So thank you for all the ones who were helping us with the preparation, with the execution, and also afterwards. You're great, and we wouldn't be here without you. So thank you, and I would think this is a round of applause.
We have a long and exciting day ahead of us. So also feel free to share your impressions in Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter. Just don't forget to mention the Sugar Network with the hashtag Sugar Network. Let's go viral.
Right. And so let me give you an introduction to the practicalities. It's important for everyone, I know that. So you might have seen it when you enter the entrance. Right on the right side, there are a lot of signs that you find the toilets. Also, in case of emergency, we have the exit over here, and also at the entrance. And last but not least, I know Paula and me, we're not the best role models, but still, please wear your mask and yeah, keep an eye on it because we want to stay safe. And I guess now it's time to wrap up because we have a long but really exciting day in front of us. And no worries, because we have the best support, right, Paula?
Yes, we do. We have two chief fun officers that are going to guide us through some of the breaks. Thank you to Charlotte from D-School Paris and to my colleague Finn from KIT Germany. Welcome on stage.
Hi everyone, super glad to be here with you today. How are you? Come on, give me a bit more energy here. How are you? Okay, much better. Great. So, as you know, we are Charlotte and Finn, your chief fun officers. Today we're going to start the day again with a cool relaxation. It's going to be more active than yesterday. So, I invite all of you to stand up. Okay? Don't be too close to your colleagues, to the tables. Okay. Great. So we're going to start here by taking a big inhale with our nose while raising our hands up like this. Okay. And then you're going to exhale with your mouth and you're going to go down like this. Okay. So let's do it. Maybe, Lou, you can put some music if possible.
Thank you so much Chief Fund Officers. So I feel really relaxed now. And I think we all feel perfectly because now I want to welcome the Dean of Lamb Family College of Business of San Francisco State University, Eugene.
Thank you, Sarah. And welcome, everybody. The energy in this room is so terrific. Sugar, I want to first of all commend the Sugar team for the hard work that's put into organizing this. I'm sure it took a lot of planning, a lot of work, a lot of coordination. So thank you, guys. Congratulations. I'm really excited about this program, and I want to thank my colleague, Professor Eugene, for introducing us to the program. And the reason is it represents the future of business education. The future of business education is all about innovation, about collaboration, about creativity and partnerships. And so the Sugar model of partnering with industry corporate sponsors, as well as cross-university partnerships to solve or find solutions to various problems and challenges and to make the world a better place for all of us is really wonderful. And there's no better group than all of you, the young minds who come with fresh ideas and fresh perspectives. So thank you. On a personal note, I want to thank for our team, our corporate sponsor, Ripple. And I want to welcome you to the city of San Francisco, and I hope that all of you get a chance to explore it. Our university and our college feeds off the energy of this great city, the diversity, the global outlook, and the innovative and entrepreneurial mindset of this city. The Lamb Family College of Business is one of the largest colleges of businesses in the United States. We enroll over 5,000 students in our undergraduate, graduate, and executive programs. And the college is named after the Lamb family, thanks to a generous gift from an alumnus, Chris Larson, who also founded Ripple, and his wife, Lena Lamb, and the Ripple Foundation. This generous gift allows us to invest in our students through a variety of initiatives, such as the Business Technology Initiative, which is working with Sugar on their project. And our other initiatives are in fintech, in innovation and entrepreneurship, responsible innovation research, community engagement, student engagement, and ethics and social responsibility. So we are really excited to have all of you here. And I hope you enjoy our university, you enjoy this event, you take away great ideas, both to improve your own projects, as well as to further in your own careers. So thank you and welcome. It is my pleasure now to introduce our keynote speaker for today, Mr. Sagar Shah. Sagar is the Chief of Staff at RippleNet, which is one of the sponsors for the event. And he holds an undergraduate degree in business from the Ross School of Business at the University of Michigan and an MBA from the Wharton School of Business at the University of Pennsylvania. Sagar's career is very widespread. He started off in investment banking and private equity, and then worked his way into the tech world post-MBA, and with stints both in early stage startups and then with Salesforce.com. So at Ripple, he focuses on both operations and strategy, and I look forward to hearing about blockchain. That's the topic of his presentation. So welcome, Sagar.
Let's give a big hand for Eugene for hosting everybody here and having such a great event. Thank you so much. Perfect. And I want to thank everybody here that has made the effort, trekked all the way over to San Francisco to participate. I know there's been 9 months of work and effort that went into this. So I want to thank everyone that's here in person, say good morning, and then also good afternoon, good evening to the folks that might be online as well. So thank you all for all of your efforts and attendance here. All right. As Eugene mentioned, my name is Sagar Shah. I am Chief of Staff at RippleNet. For those of you that are not familiar with Ripple, we are a blockchain or crypto-focused company that is building blockchain solutions or crypto solutions for enterprises. So I was told to talk a little bit about kind of how we are utilizing blockchain and the crypto sphere to help build more things. And specifically, what we're trying to aim, our mission long-term, is to build the internet of value. So what does that mean? Well, let me start by talking a little bit more about how the financial system currently exists. Right now, we envision the financial industry becoming a lot more efficient, dynamic, inclusive, and equitable. Unfortunately, right now, that's not really how it exists. There's a number of communities out there that are underbanked or non-banked. It's extremely costly to access some of that. And so the financial system wasn't made for folks that live from $1 a day and things like that. And so the way that we envision the internet of value being is the way that we've historically kind of moved information across the internet now, how we move supply chain and all of that. Back in the day, or even now, let's say pre-COVID, or during COVID, it's gotten a little bit disrupted, but prior to that, it was a lot easier to get things delivered to your door fairly quickly. And what we're hoping to do is move money or value in the same way that we transfer value across, we transfer information across the internet, and utilizing blockchain to do that. Now, you might think, well, I think it's pretty easy to send money right now, whether I use Venmo or Cash App or anything like that. But I think there's some downsides to that existing system as it currently exists. First off, it's highly centralized. So if you want to send money from me to you, it usually has to go through a number of intermediaries. And I'll talk a little bit more about why that's bad and the inefficiencies there. Additionally, there's limited standardization, right? If I'm on the Cash App and you're on Venmo or Zelle, I can't send you money directly. We all have to be on the same platform. And so that limits and creates barriers and friction to be able to send money from here to Brazil, from here to Mexico, from here to Thailand, anywhere it might be. And so the challenges that this brings is that it makes it very difficult for a farmer in Mexico or someone else in a taxi cab driver in India to be able to really get the money and transfer it from the US, let's say, to there, for them to be able to even operate their day-to-day business when it can take a number of days for them to get paid ultimately, and they're living very, very meager salaries, if you will. And it kind of makes it so that folks are excluded from the financial system. They can't have a bank account because there's no local bank nearby their home. They have to walk 35 miles, take a day off of work, and that might be the only income that they make. And so trying to find ways to be able to make this so that it's more inclusive is probably the big mission for Ripple. And so we're building that innovation ourselves right now. And so just so you know, Ripple, we are a global company. We have north of 500 or so employees and 9 offices all over. We've got offices in the US in San Francisco and New York, but then also London, Singapore, Hong Kong, Sydney, and a number of other locations globally as well. And so just to make sure that I'm explaining this correctly, I just want to make sure that everyone understands the difference between what Ripple is, XRPL, which is our ledger, RippleNet, and then XRP itself, which is the cryptocurrency that many of you might be familiar with. So Ripple as a company, we operate different software solutions or business units, if you will, one being RippleNet and the other being RippleX. Those are kind of our main business units that help push a lot more of the value on the XRP ledger, which is a layer 1 protocol, a cryptocurrency, let's say, that we utilize to help transmit that value. And so RippleNet is a product or platform that actually sends cross-border payments leveraging the blockchain. And XRP is the digital asset that we use to actually transfer that value. I'm not sure how familiar you guys are with XRP, so I'll go into a little bit more detail there, but just so we're understanding as far as why we decided to move into the enterprise and why we decided to insert ourselves at cross-border payments was because it's a massive opportunity that's really inefficient. Right now, if I want to send money from here to, as I said, Thailand, it'd probably be faster for me to just hop on a plane carrying that money and flying there than it would be if I tried to initiate that transfer via my banking system. Right now, it can take anywhere from 3 to 5 days. Oftentimes, that payment fails. It's extremely expensive. And so if I'm trying to send small dollar amounts, I can end up paying more in fees than I am actually getting that money over to that location. And it requires a lot of capital to just be locked up in the economy. And I'll talk about what that, how that operates as well. But it requires, it's just extremely inefficient because you kind of have to have capital locked up at other banks in order to be able to actually facilitate that cross-border payment. And so what Ripple is trying to do is take the way that it's currently done, which is very centralized, using old school messaging solutions and having that locked up liquidity, and try to free it all, make it a lot more modern, a lot faster, a lot cheaper, and a lot less costly. And so the way that, the way that we were talking about with centralized messaging is that centralized infrastructure is that if I want to send money from here to Thailand, it's going to have to go through a number of different banks, all the way up to from my local bank, maybe up to a large bulge bracket like a JP Morgan or Citigroup. From there, it's going to go to our central bank. That central bank in the US is going to have to go to a central bank in Thailand, transfer the value, then it's going to have to go through a number of other banks. And so by going through this very centralized route, instead of me being able to send money directly, it adds that 3 to 5 days. And what that also ends up doing is mean that everyone in the middle has to take a cut. So that's how the fees keep adding up as well. The other challenge is that if I'm trying to send money from here through 6 different intermediaries, I have to try to make sure that I'm keeping track of, like, make sure each person knows in the chain how to, what to do with that money. And I don't know if you guys ever played a game called Telephone, but when you start with one end and you get to the other, oftentimes that message does not end up being the exact same going from one end to the other. And you kind of run into those issues as well with the current messaging system. And trapped liquidity, the other challenge that you run into is that what I was talking about is that if a bank here wants to be able to send money to a bank in Thailand, typically what they will have to do is forecast a week in advance how much they think they're going to have to pay out and send all that money at the start of the week. And so for an entire week, you might be holding tens of millions of dollars just locked in a bank in Thailand, so that when someone says that they want to actually make a payout, you then are able to have that money already there to then pay them out. And that's what leads to that $10 trillion of just trapped money just sitting in bank accounts all over the place just for that. And so what Ripple has devised is a solution to use XRP as that universal vehicle of value. And why XRP? Well, the reason is because XRP was designed for payments. It's a lot faster than Bitcoin could even be used. So to do a transaction, it can take 3 to 5 seconds for XRP, whereas it's 53 minutes for Bitcoin. Transactions are extremely cheap on the XRP ledger, whereas they can be a bit costly on the Bitcoin ledger, if you will. We can process a lot more transactions by speed, and it's actually a lot better for the environment. Now, we do believe at Ripple that this is going to be a multi-chain world. So you will have Bitcoin, you will have Ethereum, you will have XRP, but each of them have a different specific use case. If Bitcoin is meant to be that store of value, a digital gold, if you will, the reason it doesn't work as well for payments is because same reason that I imagine none of us use gold to go out and buy a toothbrush. It's just inefficient, it's heavy, it just doesn't work as well. Whereas XRP can be that. Ethereum can be for smart contracts, and we see XRP as being for payments itself. And so through the blockchain product that we've created on RippleNet, we've made it so that it's more decentralized. Now when you're trying to send money from one bank, a local bank here, to a local bank in Thailand, you can now do it direct. You no longer have to go through 6 different intermediary banks, but you can do a point-to-point connection utilizing the blockchain and the XRPL for that. Additionally, we've created a messaging layer that's a lot more modern than what many existing banks in the current system use, that allows them to have two-way communication, have a lot more richer data, and just make sure that things end up accurate. And finally, by having this product that allows you to send money in just seconds, you no longer have to park money at a receiving financial institution so that you're able to then ultimately push it through and get it over to your receiving beneficiary. And so we make it easier than ever to run a high-performance payments business. And that's kind of what Ripple's general mode of operation is and kind of focus for now. And ultimately, what this has done is it's made it a lot faster, cheaper, and easier to send money just utilizing blockchain. And it kind of beats the way that we currently do things right now. And all this ultimately means that it makes it a lot easier. And our goal of moving the internet of value and creating the value that's easy for everyone to move, to be able to make it so that these local rural folks are able to actually take advantage of the financial industry and the financial system, things like being able to receive money quickly, being able to take out loans and all of that as well. And so makes it a lot more equitable, fair, and efficient for everybody. But all that being said, that's just Ripple. We know we can't do this all on our own. We look to folks like yourselves. We look to developers, governments, other companies out there, universities as well, to be able to help build this mission. And so in doing so, we have another platform called RippleX, which allows folks to build on the XRP ledger, build their own products and platforms. Think of it kind of like the App Store, if you will, where you can build your own apps on top of the XRP ledger and utilize blockchain technology for yourselves. And that's kind of another thing that we help promote and want to drive. We're also continually giving back to folks and organizations across the world to help drive that efficiency in the financial system and give back to the community. And finally, we can't do this without other universities as well. We continually give back to universities and kind of help drive research in blockchain, whether it's for the XRP ledger or any other protocols out there, as we know that this technology is going to be something that a lot of you out there are going to be the new founders and inventors and developers, because a lot of the innovation is coming from the universities and all of that, and not so much from corporations. And so ultimately, just want to say thank you all. Very excited to have everyone here. Please definitely see, build, connect, achieve. We're very excited to be sponsors for this, and we're really excited to hear a lot more about what you guys have all developed. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Sagar. You have heard before that Sagar has already worked at several startups, but as well at Salesforce. And maybe some of you like fun facts, and I guess all of you have been to the city or have at least seen the skyline of San Francisco City. The biggest, the tallest building is the Salesforce building. Thank you so much. And now we're going to start with the first team presentations. I hope you're excited, and I guess Sarah can give us a short overview on how it will work.
Yeah, right. As I announced before, we have 3 rounds of team presentations. So each team has 8 minutes for presentation, and there will be not the option to ask immediately, but never mind, because you see the lovely booth over there, and we have 2 rounds of booth visits where you can just go around, discuss, explore the solutions, and get more detailed information. And I would say then, let's get right started with our first team. So our first team is Medicas, which is a collaboration between the InnoSpace, the design factory at Hochschule Mannheim in Germany, and the D-School in Paris in France. So let's see what they got for us.
Good morning. My name is Quentin, and here's Leah and Max. It's great to see everyone. Thank you very much for joining us, and welcome to San Francisco. We are really excited this morning to show you a few things we are really proud of. But before we dive into that, I would like to start by asking you all a question. Who, like me, have ever had trouble getting an appointment with a doctor? Yeah, I feel you. I personally am French, and we are supposed to have one of the best healthcare systems in the world. However, I cannot see my doctor whenever I need it, and sometimes I have the feeling I need to plan to be sick. As you can see, I'm not alone here today. and I come from a 7-member team that worked on this subject for the past 9 months for Medicas. Together, we met more than 200 people across 41 small cities in German and French rural areas. And our journey was magical and also horrific sometimes. 90% of the people we met there did not have access to a proper medical infrastructure, which means they couldn't meet the doctor and reach him and have an appointment within a short time. It reflects official figures. Today in Europe, 200 million people struggle to have access to medical services. We worked with seniors living in rural areas, and for them, it is double penalty. They feel like they are in danger because they know they cannot rely on a trustable medical system. The only solution offered to them today is teleconsultation, remote consultation. But can you imagine your grandparents using such things by themselves? At DAMU, we think we can do more and better. We remember every day that in our countries of France and Germany, when you are sick, you have a shorter life expectancy just because you live in a rural area. What if I told you that tomorrow every person could have access to a nearby medical practice? What if I told you that in this practice, there is someone you can rely on, someone you know and you have trust in? What if I told you that every patient, including seniors, could access telemedicine with trust, accessibility, and reliability? At DAMU, we strongly believe that seniors do not have to suffer from a changing environment that deprives them from the doctor. So, we took the initiative of building trust in digital healthcare through physical and nearby practices. And now, let's watch an example of the experience we want to offer in our practices. Thank you.
This is the DAMU experience, the most advanced remote medical consultation to see a general practitioner. The DAMU practices are specifically designed for seniors to allow everyone to use teleconsultation with ease. However, especially seniors have a problem of trust in technology, and oftentimes they don't want to use telemedicine, even though they are the group of patients who would benefit from it the most. So Max, to tackle this problem of trust, how does DAMU gain the trust of people?
When a patient first visits the practice, they get assigned their own personal medical assistant that guides them through the whole appointment.
Okay, and what about the doctors?
As with medical assistants, patients always get the same doctor, ensuring that medical follow-ups are handled trustfully.
How does this room setup we can see here support the experience?
First, a real-size doctor welcomes the patient with a unique greeting experience. Then they sit down together, just as if they were in the same room. This initial trustful interaction is continued during the whole consultation, ensuring that
A very special greeting experience
Yeah.
is ensured. Yeah.
Yeah.
And how does it continue?
They sit down together just as if they were in the same room. I forgot.
All right. So when we look at the room itself, I can see that there are 4 special tools.
Yeah.
What are these tools?
They are there so the patient has a feeling of touch and trust.
On the left side, which tool is this?
First, the stethoscope. It's used for classic auscultation of the heart and the lungs. Then, the portable camera. It's used to show rushes and moles on the skin. Furthermore, the pulse tablet. With it, the doctor can simply measure the pulse of the patient by asking to match the hands on the screen. This creates a feeling of touch, which is essential for the patient's need of feeling examined. And lastly, thanks to the help button, the medical assistant is always there when the patient needs him.
Interpersonal interactions. This is the crucial point of the DAMO practices. Everything about a doctor's visit there is designed to create trustful, real, and human relationships between the doctors, the patients, and the technology that connects them. This innovative design pairs digital consultations with physical examinations, an experience which has never been done like this before. So please come and visit us at booth 6 to test our teleconsultation room yourselves. And thank you very much, everyone, for listening to us today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Team Medicas. Now, the next team that is going to be on stage is CRIF, a collaboration between the University of Bologna, Italy, and the Indian School for Design and Innovation in Mumbai, working with more than 7,000 kilometers between them. That's a lot. Welcome on stage, Team CRIF.
Hello, everybody. Today, we want to start by asking you a question. How much does the future concern you? Well, I know that is a very huge and personal question. But probably if you are students or if you have a steady job, you can see the bright in front of you. But now, let's change point of view, that of small entrepreneurs. In Italy, they are the 95% of all entrepreneurs, and that's a number which deserves our attention. We talked with many of them, and they told us about the many issues they face, and this couldn't be the most different. From managing employee payrolls to bureaucracy that deters a potential expansion, and surprisingly, even managing a big surplus in their bank account.
So, to help you put yourselves in their shoes, we have invited Marco, a fashion retailer from Italy. So, Marco, tell me about your business and how you've been feeling about it lately.
Yeah, well, I created my shop because fashion is my passion. And well, I have some growing and but also hard moments because I didn't manage very correctly. In fact, I'm not able to increase sales very far.
As you can see, Marco hasn't the biggest problem in the world, but still, he feels he's stagnant and that he won't take his business to the next level. And he doesn't even think he has a chance to grow. Actually, entrepreneurs often do not realize where their opportunities lie and how they can implement them.
So, what can our company partner do for them? We decided we wanted to address this very apparent problem, so we have created Micro Booster. Micro Booster is a service that is available on your bank's portal. It identifies and suggests personalized growth opportunities for small business entrepreneurs like you. It achieves this through predictive analysis, which leverages on the bank's data and network.
Did you say bank? What banks I gotta do with this?
That's a good question. Now, banks want to strengthen their relationship with entrepreneurs like you. And now, with Micro Booster, they can. And additionally, the banks also want to offer you the access to the network so that you can form strategic connections. And you can also act upon solutions which Micro Booster offers, either on your own or with the bank's help.
Tell me, how does it work?
Okay, let's go through this together. So here you can see the bank's page and you can see the CRIF's Micro Booster tool. By entering the Micro Booster page, you can see the perks that the tool has to offer, ranging from optimizing revenue to upgrading business processes. Now, you can sign in easily by linking your bank account and see the benefits that the bank has to offer for your business, which are promotion management, geolocalization, cash flow, and many more.
Okay, but do I have to do this on my own?
Don't worry. We also have an option where you can directly connect with the bank's portfolio manager and they will do all the upcoming processes for you. All you have to do, if you choose to go ahead with this option, is just schedule a meeting. And we all love to schedule meetings, don't we?
Okay, but how can I detect the problems that I'm not aware of?
Actually, we keep talking about banks, but who really powers this solution is CRIF, an international company specialized in financial data and business solutions. And you can see here an easy-to-use interface, but actually there's a lot going on behind the scenes. The process starts with the collection and cleaning of a wide range of data. Some of them will be provided directly by entrepreneurs by answering to qualitative questionnaires or uploading some relevant documents such as 3 years record of their balance sheet. And then, but the majority of the data are already in CRIFs and banks databases so that the users won't have to share the largest part of the information. And then analyses are performed through the usage of very sophisticated and different AI techniques over this data. Finally, the software is able to deliver predictions about opportunity areas and possible solutions to implement them.
So from the user side, you only need to give us a little time to obtain your data. And also, Micro Booster takes very little time to deliver its amazing suggestions as well. And now you can see that the analysis is happening.
Oh, the prediction just appeared.
Yes, that's correct. Micro Booster was able to analyze different opportunities, and now you can see the improvements that you can make in your business. See, within no time, Micro Booster is able to understand your business. And yes, looks like you can boost your inventory and promotion management processes and find a better location for your store as well.
Okay, I never thought about this. I keep selling items that are out of stock, so makes sense.
Yes, correct. This was possible because of Micro Booster's analysis, and it was able to correctly identify where your business can grow.
Okay, but how can I fix this?
Okay, so by clicking on it, you can see in greater detail what the opportunity is really all about. Here you can see that based on the data you provided, 63% of your stock remains unsold after 6+ months. Hence, you are missing out on sales worth 12,000 euros. And CRIF also provides you solutions which best fit your company profile.
Micro Booster also leverages banks' network to help entrepreneurs form strategic partnerships with the business clients of the same bank.
And as about the solutions, you can see it offers you pricing tool integration, demanding planning and sales acceleration tool, and inventory optimization software as well. Along with this, you also get personalized loans and mortgage options.
Okay, this is very intuitive, but what's the difference between Micro Booster and other services available in the market?
Well, actually, that is a very relevant question. First of all, Micro Booster is based on a proactive approach. Micro entrepreneurs won't have to reach consultants anymore because it will be the banks to reach them in advance. Second, the integration of all possible solutions. In fact, now entrepreneurs do not have to jump from consultant to consultant anymore because they can enjoy a comprehensive service under a single stakeholder. Third, the immediacy of the service, thanks to the fact that banks already have a huge quantity of data that they can use to perform this analysis. And finally, the continuity of the service, because you can be sure that MicroBooster won't abandon you, as the analysis will be performed periodically and based upon updated data.
So, Marco, can you see? MicroBooster helps you save time and money and actually helps entrepreneurs like you focus on the things that they love to do, is running their firms.
I'm very relieved. I'm going to the bank right now.
And if you guys all are confident enough to do the online onboarding process by your own, please join MicroBooster Network.
So, are you guys ready to boost your network?
Improve your firm. Sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team CRIF. And now our next team on stage will be Takeda, which is a collaboration between the Stanford University and the University of St. Gallen in Switzerland. And you might know that Takeda has a history of more than 240 years. And now let's see how to make history in just 9 months. I'm excited. Welcome.
Yes, a warm welcome from Team Takeda. We are 3 students from Stanford University and 3 students from University of St. Gallen. And for the past 9 months, we've been working on creating a one-of-a-kind packaging solution for the very expensive and very precious plasma-derived medication. But before we get into our solution, let's have a look at the problem itself.
Welcome to Lessenes, Belgium, where Takeda packages plasma-derived medications for shipping. As part of the packaging process, labels are attached to the medication vials. Oh, there's been a labeling error. Let's see where our misprinted vial goes next. The misprinted vial is brought to the delabeling station.
The glue is so sticky. It is so hard to scratch the labels off. It takes so long.
Let's go back and see what happens with our correctly labeled vials. Medical leaflets are added to the vials, and they are carefully packaged into cartons. At last, our vials are packaged for shipping to hospitals all over the world. Let's meet the nurse in the hospital who administers the plasma-derived medication and infuses it to the patients.
I'm always struggling with hanging these vials straight. They are just as annoying as the paper leaflets. The bubbles prolong the infusion time. This is why I dislike vials.
How can we solve these issues?
With GammaPack. So let's do a deep dive on our users.
Welcome to Lessenes,
So let's do a deep dive with our users. Our first user is Kyle Leclerc. He's a packaging line operator at the Lessines sites of Takeda. He says that delabeling is one of the most frustrating tasks on the packaging line. But is the problem really as big as he makes it out to be? Daily, on average, approximately 359 vials have to be delabeled. This is due to misprints, due to bubble formations underneath the labels, or to content-related changes. It takes approximately 8 minutes to delabel 1 vial. So 48 hours a day are spent solely on delabeling. That means 6 operators like Carl spend the entirety of their 8-hour shift delabeling every single day. So the problem is definitely there. Let's take a look at the technicalities. Why do labeling errors even occur? Well, the curved surface of the glass vial, which is where the plasma-derived medication is currently stored in, and the parting lines of the 2 glass halves that are then combined to create the vial, lead to labeling errors. So when you print a label on top of them, there can be misalignments or bubble formation. Our solution tackles this problem. We have shifted from glass vials to plastic bags and have attached a flat surface to the right side of the plastic bag that allows easy labeling without any bubble formation. A second difficulty with the glass vials is the strong adhesive that is used to attach the labels. Why does the adhesive have to be so strong? Well, the glass vial is actually hung onto the IV stand by the label, meaning it has to support the entire weight of the glass vial. We have created a new hanging mechanism, which we will introduce to you later, and they're therefore able to use a weaker adhesive on the label, which can then be easily removed. Now let's take a look at our second user, Susan Downey. She's a nurse at Stanford Hospital, and she says glass vials make it really hard to administer the medication to the patient. She has three main problems. Firstly, the vial doesn't hang straight on the IV stand, making it difficult for her to administer the cutlery into the glass vial. Secondly, there's a lot of bubble formation in the glass vials, making it difficult for her to frequently having to stop and see to the patient. And thirdly, she struggles with the medical leaflet. How do we tackle this? Well, we have created a new hanging mechanism that allows for straight hanging of the plastic bag and makes it very easy to insert the cutlery seamlessly. We have tackled the issue of bubble formation by shifting from a glass vial to a plastic bag. This component allows the regulation of the internal pressure, thus avoiding bubble formation. And finally, we have created a digital medical leaflet that can be scanned simply by scanning it, that can be used simply by scanning a 2D matrix. And then the interactive table of contents allow the nurse to quickly and easily look for the information she needs. But what's in it for Takeda?
So right now you've heard a lot about the user needs and how we address them. But what's in for Takeda? So Takeda is one of the largest biopharmaceutical companies on the planet. They formulated ambitious goals for the future. So they want to reduce the cost by 50% while increasing productivity 100% by 2030. Also, they'd like to become a carbon net zero company by 2040. So how can we help Takeda to achieve those goals with GammaPack? Let's start with the costs. So with our solution, we can actually decrease the costs by 50%. How do we achieve that? Well, we shift from a plastic bag to a glass, we shift from a glass vial to a plastic bag, the other way around. So that means that we can actually save 50% of the costs. Moreover, we can also save costs because we get rid of the physical medical leaflets and thereby save approximately $640,000 per year for every site. What about the productivity aspect? So currently there are 7 workers operating on every line. However, due to the restructurings and automations we can introduce with our new packaging, we can reduce the labor force from 7 to 4. Also, as you've heard before, there will be less delabeling errors, meaning that there is less rework on the line. What about sustainability? So here again, we have to mention the paper leaflets. With getting rid of the paper leaflets, we can save approximately 36.02 tons of CO2 emissions every year for every single site. And also, we can reduce the life cycle emissions as we shift from glass vials to plastic bags. At this moment, you might ask yourself, well, why is plastic more sustainable than glass? Well, this is due to the current FDA and EMA regulation, which does not allow to recycle any packaging materials, meaning that it's a single-use product. Therefore, we can reduce the life cycle emissions actually 8.5 times. So as you have seen, we created a solution not only for the users, but also for Takeda as a business. You might wonder now, why has it not already been implemented so far? So we give you a quick outlook here how the implementation step could look like. So we see 2 critical components here. First of all, the restructurings and automations on the current line, but also getting the FDA and EMA approvals for the features like the digital medical leaflet and also the plasma-derived medication IV bag. For the medical leaflet, there is already some pilot project going on, and in Japan, the medical leaflet has already been approved. Also, medication, for the plasma-derived medication, for the IV bag, there is ongoing research, and we're optimistic that Takeda can resolve this issue within the course of the next 5 to 10 years. With that being said, we'd like to thank our corporate partners and our TAs for their continuous support throughout the project. And we'd like to welcome you to our booth soon, so you can also go through the painful delabeling experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you a lot, Team Takeda. You have already heard about Ripple. Ripple is not only present today in the form of the keynote, but is also a sponsor for the next team. It is the team, a collaboration of the San Francisco State University and the Warsaw University of Technology. Welcome on stage.
Hello, my name is Abby. This is Jan, and we are a collaboration between San Francisco State University and the Warsaw Warsaw University of Technology. We are Team Ripple. We're very excited to be here today. Medicine, law, business, engineering, these are noble pursuits and necessary to sustain life. But art, poetry, beauty, romance, and love, these are the things that we stay alive for. Now take a moment to consider what side of the equation you think that you are on. Is your life lacking in art, poetry, beauty, and love? This is Marta. Marta represents the doctors, engineers, business people of our world, the people living in an increasingly automated and digitized space and always optimizing their lives for efficiency. They find it really, really hard to introduce more creativity and art into their lives, especially due to really, really tight schedules and high cost barriers. But these are the people who are focusing on the things that are necessary to sustain life. Meet Sam. Sam is a digital artist, someone who is just full of passion and creativity and wants to share it with the world, but faces a lot of challenges to do that. Some of these challenges can include maintaining creative freedom as he does his work, maintaining a stable income while he creates, and also maintaining creative control of the work that he does. Our challenge from Ripple was to see how might we facilitate the fair commercialization of authentic artworks and art experiences. In the space of digital art, there's been a new solution introduced in the last couple of years that has really revolutionized the way that art is authenticated and owned. NFTs. Non-fungible tokens are one of the first examples of unique and provable digital assets. Because of the blockchain, we can now transactions, authenticate artwork, and trade like never before. But it also comes with a lot of challenges. High technical barriers for people who want to get on and use the blockchain. There's high costs for both for purchasing NFTs and for managing and creating new assets, as well as really high environmental costs due to all the computing power necessary to power blockchain. Now, as this new form of asset comes into the world, it's also at a time when our society is rethinking assets and ownership. The sharing economy enables us to do things that we've never been able to do before. Now you can own a mansion for a night, drive a Lamborghini, take a private jet. Netflix, Spotify, and Hulu make it possible for you to access almost infinite amounts of content without any of the burden of owning it. Now, why can't the same be for digital art? If through sharing digital art, Marta would be able to introduce creativity, culture, and color into her everyday spaces without as high of a cost barrier and the time necessary. Marta would also be able to access live experiences and pieces of art that she otherwise wouldn't be able to due to scarcity or high cost barriers. Also, through sharing art, Marta would be able to affordably support emerging young artists so they can be empowered to continue creating. By sharing art, Sam would be able to access a much wider audience and be able to create a broader brand for himself. He also would be able to collaborate with other artists and start to create a more stable income. So, how might we facilitate digital art sharing while trying to create a seamless, user-friendly experience for both the artists and the collectors, minimize the technical barriers necessary to participate in this, minimize the operational costs, and maximize security of the ownership of these artworks? Our solution is called Aren't, a NFT rental platform that is powered by the XRP ledger. And Jan is going to explain how it works.
So via our platform, Sam can easily upload his artworks, which Marta provides necessary financial support for Sam.
and brings a little bit of joy by great artworks in Marta's life. Our solution is enabled by XRP Ledger, a public peer-to-peer payments network. It provides cheap and fast transactions, which make us made a great platform on which some won't be charged in any way for using it, and Marta can find great artworks effortlessly and very cheaply. On our platform, users can upload every single digital file. It can be art, music, trading cards, videos. Basically, every digital file can be uploaded there. Marta can rent them via free subscription plans. First, the free one, with very limited access. Second, the paid one, with full access to all artworks at our platform. And last but not least, an exclusive one, which grants Marta also copyright licensing, and she can use her rented art in any way she wants. Even Marta feels like she knows nothing about the art. She can feel like a curator of her own virtual gallery because of creating her own collections. She can explore collections created by other users and artists with full its contents. Excuse me. Artworks in these collections are available unless they are rented by other users exclusively, but after the rental period is over, they are always coming back. On the other hand, some can benefit greatly because of very strict and great contract tool. He creates his own rules of accessing his art. He can share the story behind the art. He can categorize his art with the use of automatically identified categories and dictate his own rules, how his art can be used, and what copyrights are included. So with Arendt, Sam can gain a stable income, gain larger audience. He can track his work and feel empowered to create even more. And Marta can get great access to more art with increased access. She can also support artists, for example, her friends, and respect their rights with minimal environmental impact. So like Netflix, Uber, Airbnb changed the world of movies, films, music. Now it's time for Arendt to change the world of art, to make it more approachable and affordable for everyone. Thank you for your time, and for further questions and explanations, please meet us at our booth today.
Thank you very much, Team Ripple, taking the art business to the next level. And are you familiar with the quote, better safe than sorry? So I'm German, and I'm associated with it a lot. And the same goes for our project, HUK Coburg. And so it might be not that surprising that this is a full German team. So we have a collaboration of the Karlsruhe Institute for Technology in Karlsruhe and the Hasso-Plattner Institute in Potsdam, also Germany. So welcome, Team HUK Coburg.
Hi, we are Insurway, and we want to change the way you find and buy insurances. So let's start by having a look at Niklas and his current situation. Niklas is not alone with this struggle. I guess all of you have already experienced or will experience some of these moments that you can see here on these slides, like graduating from college, becoming a father or a mother. And what all of these moments have in common is that they are life-changing moments. And when your life changes, so do your insurance needs. So we ask ourselves, when you are suddenly confronted with such a situation, so your insurance needs change, what needs do you actually have? And to figure this out, we interviewed over 50 people, many of them just like Niklas. And we heard things like, let's just say, skepticism towards insurance companies and insurance consultants. So there clearly is a need for trust. Also, no matter if you're talking to a consultant or you're using online tools, we realize that you're always also going to do your own research next to it. So there's clearly a need for control. And although people want trust and control, they still don't want to spend much time on it. So they want to do it efficiently. So with these insights in mind, what can you do now when you're confronted with this situation and you have to rethink your insurance setup? What options do you have? Option number one, you could do it yourself. I mean, you can trust yourself. You have all the control you want, but it's pretty inefficient. I mean, anyone who's ever tried that will tell you that this will take over your life. So this is probably not the best option. You could go to a consultant, but let's be honest here, most of us, we don't really trust the insurance consultant that we don't know, and that was just randomly assigned to us by the insurance company. Also, if you have already been talking to an insurance consultant, you might have experienced a situation where you feel pressured to buy something that you don't understand. So there's a lack of control. But insurance consultants are actually super efficient because they are domain experts and they know how to guide you through the process. So if both of these options aren't really good, why not just automate the whole thing? I mean, we are software engineers. Seems logical, right? Thing is, there are already a lot of software tools, software recommendations out there. The problem is, if you're not in Silicon Valley, most people don't fully trust software recommendations yet, especially when it comes to important life decisions like insurances. So there's a lack of trust. Still, it can be a decent option because you do have more control. You decide on what to do with these software suggestions, and it can be more efficient, especially in the beginning. Software suggestions really can help you guide you in the right direction. In conclusion, none of these options are any good for Niklas. But we think this is going to change because we have been working on something that we think has the potential to fulfill all three needs. And with that, let us introduce InsurWay.
So, with InsurWay, we combine the experience of insurance consultants with the power of AI. That way, we help you make well-informed insurance decisions fast and with the help of experts without having any pressure at all. Our product is a web app that guides you through 4 basic steps. In the first step, we ask you some general questions and give you a basic overview on what your insurance needs actually are. And the next one, we ask you a bit more personalized question to further customize product details and price ranges to your distinct profile. And the third one, and this really makes our product special, we have an insurance consultant of HUK Coburg review your online recommendations, make some adjustment if it's necessary, and records a personal video for you containing the consultant's recommendations as well as explanations why you actually need exactly these products. And the fourth stage, you can schedule a call with your consultants via Netlify and finalize your insurance setup. So how are we actually tackling these 3 core needs we've previously mentioned? So you can actually use our prototype very fast. That's because we guide you through every step of the process and make sure you never feel lost. Also, we built an AI tool that asks the right questions at the right time. personalizing the customer journey to your specific profile. Moreover, we really focused on building trust into our prototype. So the core principle, and this is really unique to InsurWay, is you always have two different sources of insurance recommendations in one place. So you have the insurance consultant as well as software recommendations based on AI. So let's face it. If you watch Netflix on Friday night, even they don't get it right to recommend you the right movie every time. So that's why the people we talked to in our user research really appreciated having two different sources to make an informed decision. And last but not least, we made sure you stay in control in every step of the way. So when it comes to the consultant check, you decide who actually reviews your online recommendations. So you don't have to rely on a consultant that is randomly assigned to you by a company as it is currently today. When you've decided on who actually should do your review, you receive a recorded video. It's asynchronous. So you, again, decide when you want to proceed with your insurances. And in the end, when you've decided to continue, you can decide with which products you actually want to go into the finalization stage. So, in summary, with InsurWay, we help you making informed insurance decisions fast and with the help of experts without feeling any pressure at all. So now that InsurWay helps you find insurances your way, how are things actually working out for Niklas? Let's have a look. Wow, that's risky. Seems like you found the right insurances. So now if you're interested, you can come to our booth and check out our prototype. Thank you.
Thank you, Team HUK Coburg. Thank you so much. I'm definitely gonna visit your booth. It's maybe because I'm your teaching assistant, but thank you to all the 5 teams that have presented until now. I don't know how you're feeling. I'm a bit tired. I might need some coffee. And I was seeing that they put some coffee over there in the corner. Sarah, do you want to join me for a coffee, maybe?
No, I don't think so, because I would rather prefer something active, you know, after now sitting, listening, and so just a little bit movement. But I remember that we have someone there. So our Chief Fund Officer, hello Finn, hello Charlotte, but let me first say, okay, we will meet again at 10 after 10. Please be on time so we can continue. And to our online community, we don't forget you, so just rest, get an active pause, and we will see you in a few minutes.
Great, it's time. I welcome you to take a seat again. I hope you enjoyed the break, maybe got to know some new people, got to talk to some of the teams. Did you know that Italy and Germany are having a soccer play in, I think, starting in an hour? Italy and Germany are also the countries, the home countries of the next team to present. It's Team Nestlé, a collaboration between the Hasselplattner Institute Germany and the University of Bologna, Italy. Welcome.
Okay, so we worked the last 9 months on hybrid work. So let's take a look at how hybrid work currently looks like.
Welcome to our office, a medium-sized law firm with 50 employees. Ever since we introduced flexible working options like working from home, everything changed.
I just started working here, and usually whenever I had a question, I would just ask Emma when I see her grab a coffee or during lunch. Nowadays, I sometimes don't even know who's at the office, working from home or on holiday. Sorry, do you know where Emma is?
No idea.
Hey, have you seen Emma? Is she in the office today? I've been trying to reach her. Huh. I don't want to call her right away, in case she's busy, in a meeting, or maybe in her concentration phase. But then I usually just end up waiting for a response and can't continue with my work.
So for the case of Mr. Adam, we read through the contract and discussed some legal advice regarding... I'm so sorry, I'm constantly being interrupted here. Let me just turn off my phone. Working from home, I have a hard time getting things done despite dedicating a lot of time. I get so many messages and all this back and forth between projects. It's just energy consuming. And at the same time, working from home, I feel like I'm an outsider. There's no room for personal exchange or any spontaneous interaction.
I think we can all relate to this. When working in a hybrid mode, it's really difficult to collaborate spontaneously or to get help. Of course, you can always schedule a meeting, but we learned in our interviews that you won't do that for the things that seem unimportant. Then you could decide to chat just and ask if they are available and have a minute for you. But then you have to wait for the response, and that accumulates. And on average, you wait more than 5 hours per week on information from your colleagues. And then you could decide, okay, I'm just calling them. But then you are going to disrupt the other person. They are perhaps in a meeting or working on a different project. And now they have to switch to your problem. And that takes time and energy. In fact, it takes a lot of time. More than 580 hours are lost annually per person in the US due to distractions on the workplace. And then there's also another problem. If you work remote, you're invisible for your coworkers. And a lot of people told us that they feel that invisibility. In fact, more than half of all remote workers have that fear of being left out when they work from home. So what can we do about that? We present to you today NOC. NOC enables you to have a fast and distraction-free communication among your colleagues.
But how does it work? So we don't want to create another tool for our employees, so we integrated NOC as an app inside Microsoft Teams. The first step to use NOC is connect your calendar, Outlook calendar, and customize your privacy settings and choosing your filters. So then you have only to scan the visualization. So instead of looking all calendar of your colleagues, now you can see in one look all of them. So you can check their location. In the middle circle, you can see employees that are in your office. And in the outer cycle, you can see employees that are working from their home or another office. So they are remotely compared to you. So the location is so important because it makes you understand how to reach them. Now we have the status. The status is connected with your calendar. So if you are green, you are available. If you are orange, you are available only if it is urgent.
And if you are red, you are inaccessible. So if you really need to focus on your work and don't be interrupted, you can set manually the status red. Then here we can see Sally, that is green, she's available, but we know that she will not be available in 37 minutes. And in the right part, we can see the meeting. So meetings in which your employees are engaged and the main topic of meeting. So if you want, you are interested, you can join, you can send the request to join. Then in the left part, we can see the spontaneous interaction section. So the spontaneous interaction that have been created by your colleagues. And then how can we make all these interactions, spontaneous interaction? Only by knocking to the virtual door of your colleagues. So knock is the free distraction and fast way to connect with them and have spontaneous interaction. Free distraction because you can only reach them if they are available, and fast because you only need 3 clicks to knock. So you have to set the time to the interaction, you have to set the reason for it, and then just knock, and the call will start. Now we can see knock in action.
Then we started using Knock and we absolutely love it.
Now I can finally see exactly where everyone is and if they're available in person or via call. If they're currently busy, I can also see when they will be available again. This makes scheduling my day so much easier.
With Knock, it's so much easier to have spontaneous interaction, like we used to. I don't need to write any emails or messages to see if anybody is available. When they're green, I just call them.
Yeah, it's like we all share the same calendar, just a lot better.
Also for privacy, you can put any event on private or change settings for the whole team or individuals.
Even though we're working in a hybrid team now, with Knock, it finally feels like we're all working together again.
So Knock is built for the employee. They are our key stakeholders as they are the ones using Knock. And we identified 3 main benefits during our testing while using Knock. And as you have seen already, we can achieve way faster interactions than with current workflows. By getting rid of organizational overhead when writing messages, we can save time and create connections where they will be missed otherwise. Also, we create a more focused and respectful work environment because you can set your own boundaries by specifying dedicated working hours and setting times of inaccessibility. Teams also currently share the calendar with all their other employees in the team. But with that, you always have to look through all the calendars to get the right information. But we put them all in one simple overview to make everyone visible. And by that, we enable hybrid teams to network and collaborate in a more natural way like they were used to in the office. But it doesn't stop here. Knock is also for the company, especially bigger enterprises like our corporate partner Nestlé, as they are the ones wanting to implement hybrid work and want to succeed. As you have seen in the statistics, distractions and waiting for the right information takes up a lot of valuable resources from companies. And we want to help mitigate that problem and increase the overall productivity of the company. So, as well as from the past experiences, employees notice that they want to work hybrid. So companies have to implement that to make these people happy and decrease the turnover rate of employees. So that's it from our side. Now it's your turn, and you should knock at our door at booth 7. And this is the great team behind Knock, and you can ask any of us for assistance or any questions.
Thank you very much, Team Nestlé. And I think I will knock on your booth later. And our next team is Team Summit, which is a collaboration between the Trinity College Dublin in Ireland and the University of Sao Paulo in Brazil. So it's short USP. So let's investigate what's the USP of Team Summit. Welcome.
So good morning, Sugar Expo. We are the Trinity College and University of São Paulo team, and we're here to present you guys our project for Summit. Now, Summit stands for Sustainable Mobility Models for a Just Transition, and they are a research body based in Trinity College Dublin. And one of the main goals is to come up with a solution that figures out just how might we balance sustainability and convenience in future urban mobility. And that's where you come in. So to better explain why this is an important problem, I want you guys to picture your daily routines. And please raise your hand if you, on a daily basis, commute from the place you live to where you work or study. Good. Now, please keep your hands up if you do so by using a private car. Great. So for the ones of you that kept your hands up after I asked if you do so by using a private car, well, you're not alone. In my country, where I come from, in Brazil, 1 in each 4 people is a car owner. And that number is even higher when we get to Ireland, where 1 in each 3 people is a car owner. In fact, worldwide, there are almost 1.5 billion cars. And you might be wondering, why is this a problem? Well, take myself, for example. I'm a student, I live far from college, and every day I wake up and I have to decide if I'm going to take the bus, which not only takes longer, is unpredictable, crowded, and sometimes makes me feel unsafe, or my car, which is not this beautiful Mercedes that you see up here, but also makes me feel comfortable, is faster, and makes me feel safer. So you might be thinking, that's an easy choice, right? Why don't I just take the car? Well, let's think about the planet for a second. We're all tired of hearing about global warming, but did you know that transportation accounts for 29% of all global CO2 emissions? Or that CO2 emissions from cars are 4 times greater than emissions from aviation industry? Or even that a typical private car emits around 4.6 metric tons of carbon dioxide per year. And I know it's kind of hard to picture what 4.6 metric tons is, so I'm going to rephrase that and tell you guys that from those 1.5 billion car users, the ones that commute every day would have to plant around 75 trees per year to offset their own carbon footprint. And let's be honest, unfortunately, that's not going to happen. So right now, I have to choose between what's best for me and what's best for the planet. But it shouldn't be like that. I shouldn't have to choose between convenience and sustainability.
So meet our solution, Spod Connect. It's the future of urban mobility. It combines what's best for you and what's best for the planet to provide a hybrid solution which brings you the comfort and convenience of your car, but with the eco-friendliness and efficiency of a public transport solution. But first, let's try and understand what a Spod is. It's a single capacity transport unit designed to transport short distances using electric energy. So it's your green last mile solution. But what if you want to transport longer distances? Well, then you can use our Spine Link. It's a larger vehicle which can hold up to 9 spods and transports along spines, which are core routes in and out of a city centre. It's fully electric and our spods can recharge while they're on the spine. So our full Spod Connect system provides you with a simple, green, fully electric solution to get you from your home to your place of work. Still a little confused about how it all works? Don't worry, we provide you a little user journey to explain it a little better.
Meet Jane. Just like most commuters, Jane has to commute more than 30 minutes every day to go to work. But today is no ordinary day. Today, Jane is using the Spod Connect system. First, Jane chooses her destination using the Spod Connect app, which automatically calculates the optimal route for her. She's then guided step by step on her journey. Following the map, Jane walks to her nearest Spod hub and scans the QR code of her Spod to unlock it. Jane now has her very own Spod. She then drives her Spod to the spine. The spine is a core route in and out of the city, which is serviced by Spine Links, vehicles which can hold up to 9 spods. On the spine, Jane can relax, read a book, and enjoy the comfort and privacy of her spot. Jane receives a notification when it's time for her to leave the spa. She drives off and returns her spot to a hub and walks to her final destination.
So Spot Connect gives our users the convenience that they desire, but also provides sustainability. Our solution has zero direct exhaust emissions, as it's a fully electric solution. And even after we consider indirect emissions from manufacturing, maintenance, and the charging of our spots, we're still producing 90% less emissions than private diesel cars. And since one car takes up the same space as 6 of our spots, we're going to help ease congested roads. But most importantly, we're providing a sustainable solution for our commuters that does not compromise the safety, comfort, and convenience that they desire and that they get from their cars. Oops. But this is just the beginning. By offering different size spots and upgrading to autonomous technology, we can ensure that Spot Connect is a future-proofed, sustainable solution for urban mobility. So, are you ready to lead the change with us? Then come join us at booth number 4. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Team Summit. I think you really caught the pain point of many young people of having to decide what to choose, whether what's best for themselves or what's best for the planet. Our next team is a collaboration between the Hasso-Plattner Institute in Germany and St. Gallen University. They say both countries are united because of their common language and their common television. But what about their money? Welcome, Team PostFinance.
So a warm welcome from Team PostFinance. We're really happy to be here today in San Francisco. And we want to start off right away with a question to you, to the audience. So first of all, who of you has a favorite YouTube creator? Wow, what a great number of content enthusiastic individuals here. So, but who of you thinks that being a content creator is always fun and easy? No one. Great, so let's have a look how a day in a content creator's life actually looks like.
This is Lisa. Lisa works as a bartender on the side. Every day, she goes to work to supplement her earnings from her YouTube career. Every single day. Lisa's real passion is creating YouTube videos. Her dream is to spend more time doing what she loves, making more videos for her YouTube channel to become a full-time content creator. To do this would take a lot of time, however. Time she does not have because she has bills to pay. Fortunately, there's Sellable.
Hi guys, welcome back. Today I'm going to do a makeup haul. Thank you guys for watching. If you want to further support me, click the link in the bio and follow me on the platform Sellable.
Sellable lets her followers buy a piece of her ad revenue, allowing them to take part in her success. She simply adds her videos to the platform and sets up an auction. The videos remain her property. Lisa's followers invested in her. Finally, she can pay those bills and does not have to wait for her ad revenue to trickle in slowly over time. Thanks to Sellable, Lisa can quit her job and focus on her journey as a content creator. Sellable. Money today, not tomorrow.
Well, I hope you guys also feel so empowered, just as we did during the past 9 months. So let me just quickly summarize what we have learned from the video. So creators usually suffer from a fluctuating income. We have seen that their revenue stream is not constant. That's also why they really require a high feeling of security. We learned from Lisa, for example, that she's sometimes even jealous of her friends working in 9-to-5 jobs. And also, she would really like to spend more time doing what she really actually loves, doing creations. That's why our team has come up with a solution called Sellable, where creators get empowered to sell part of their ad revenues. This also has several advantages for them. So first of all, Lisa can get money today, so straight away and not tomorrow. So usually she needs to wait for a long time until she really gets most of her revenues. Second, we have also found out through our interview process that they really want to keep the ownership of their YouTube videos. So by putting or uploading their videos on the platform, they still are the owner of the videos. And thirdly, they also can strengthen the community. So while letting their community being part of their success, they also strengthen their community feeling.
Thank you, Debbie. So how does using Sellable for creators look like? For uploading a video to Sellable, creators have to follow a simple 2-step process. First, they have to add the video to Sellable. For that, they simply provide the link to the just uploaded YouTube video. In a second step, they then list the video for auction. They set an auction time as well as a minimum price tag they definitely want to receive. And that's it. The video is now up on Sellable and open for auction. You now might wonder, who should invest in that video, and especially why? And since I have sitting all of you in front of me, I would say, you, why not? So what are the reasons for investing in creator content with Sellable? First of all, Sellable presents a completely new asset category. With Sellable, you can invest in creator content, something that was not possible before. Beyond that, you can now grow together with your favorite creator. Now, not only Lisa's happy when she generates more views and thus more subscribers, all of you are happy because more views means more ad revenue. Easy. Beyond that, Sellable opens up completely new opportunities in general. All of you can invest in something you can relate to. We believe that this is especially relevant for younger generations that are scared away by the complexity of the stock market or simply find it boring. With Sellable, this changes. They can invest in something they're already experts in. The latest trends on social media. Okay, so how can you invest with Sellable? To invest with Sellable, you simply go to sellable.ch, where you can search for your favorite creators. After having watched a video directly on our platform, you can simply scroll down where you see the latest stats of the video and then place a bid. It's as simple as that. What happens then? If you win the video's auction, the video will be listed in your portfolio. You're now the owner of the video's ad revenue and hopefully a successful investor. So let's wrap it up. On the one hand, we provide creators with money today and not tomorrow by allowing them to keep the full ownership of their video. At the same time, you can invest in creator content, something you can relate to and that is already part of your life. The numerous videos you watch on YouTube on a daily basis. And all that with Sellable. We are Team Sellable and looking forward to seeing all of you at our booth. You can there invest in creator content. And to really get you there and thinking also, because you've been sitting around the whole time, right? What does our brand logo stand for? It consists of two main components. And if you happen to know that, just come to our booth and win the original German Gummibärchen package. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Team PostFinance. You know, I really like to watch YouTube videos in my free time, but I never knew anything about the background of the content creators. So I know, yeah, now, thank you. And you know what I also like to do when I'm not watching YouTube videos? So I really like to take a walk in the nature, in the forests. And I'm lucky because I live in Karlsruhe, so I'm living right in the Black Forest in Germany. And also, I think there's another fun fact I want to tell you, because Finland consists to 86% of forestry. So I think I should definitely go there and take a walk over there. And this is also the perfect match for Team ZEISS, because Team ZEISS wants to foster sustainable forestry. So it's a collaboration between the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology in Germany and the Aalto University in Finland. So welcome, Team ZEISS.
So, yeah, I'm nicely audible. Hello, everyone. We are Hannah and Emil from Team ZEISS, and today's the big day, isn't it? And I'm quite nervous, and I think I can need some relaxation and lean back a little bit. Maybe you too, so I kindly invite you to close your eyes and imagine your favorite forest. Maybe you can even hear some birds chirping in the distance. Take a few deep breaths. Maybe you can even smell the needled cover paths or perhaps the damp moss. Now, I would kindly invite you back to open your eyes again.
Forests are quite amazing, don't you agree? Besides feeding our souls, they heat our homes, clean our waters, and help our planet to breathe, mitigating our changing climate. However, those same changes in climate are putting the health of European forests at stake. Windstorms, large-scale pest outbreaks, and severe droughts are becoming more and more common. Only resilient forests can survive those changing circumstances.
That's why ZEISS, the international leading manufacturer of optical systems, wanted to know how they could support forestry industry to increase the resilience of their forests. During our journey, we learned that resilient forests and their well-being is directly linked to biodiversity. So we set out to explore how could ZEISS enable forest owners to increase and improve their biodiversity.
Let's unpack our challenge. One key element of our challenge is biodiversity. Biodiversity can best be described as the diversity of life on Earth. It includes the existence of different plants, insects, and animals. The second element of our challenge are the forest owners. It's no secret that most forest owners want to maintain the forests for economic benefits. To continue to do so in the future, they need healthy forests. Now we bring both elements together. To keep their forests healthy in the future, the forest owners need to take biodiversity into account. But when trying to improve biodiversity, it's not always clear for the forest owners where to take action, what needs to be improved, and how to exactly improve on these aspects.
To answer these questions, monitoring of biodiversity is needed. The problem to do is to scale monitoring of biodiversity, because there's no single data point that reports biodiversity. I mean, we had heard before this speech about a doctor's appointment, and it's similar to that. When you go to a doctor and they want to make a status about your health, they do not only check your temperature, do they? They would also make a blood test or check your pulse or do this knee reflex thing, right? And with biodiversity monitoring, it's exactly the same. And to monitor it, we need different data sources, both satellite images and ground-based measurement technologies. Luckily, that's exactly where ZEISS competencies come into play. After talking to more than 80 different forestry experts, scientists, NGOs, we developed a concept that enables ZEISS to enter sustainable forestry market.
Let us introduce ZEISS BioVision, a monitoring ecosystem that enables forest owners to monitor relevant biodiversity variables and take action where it actually counts. The ecosystem consists of 3 main parts, each supporting the forest owner in a different way. Firstly, our location selection algorithm shows where the most suitable monitoring locations for biodiversity are. As the monitoring points are representative for a larger area, not the whole forest needs to be monitored. Secondly, we have our portable ground-based scanning device, HUK. This is how HUK works. The forest workers take the device with them to the forest and stick it into the ground at the measuring location. After pushing the button, the installed 360-degree stereo camera runs the assessment. After that, the forestry workers can simply take HUK with them to the next measuring location. Through this process, HUK enables forestry workers to monitor relevant biodiversity variables. For example, the tree type can be identified through image recognition, the wood volume is calculated, and deadwood as an indicator for microhabitats can be detected. And thirdly, the BioVision interface presents all measured variables in a concise way. Additionally, the interface provides recommendations to the forest owners how to exactly improve the biodiversity of their forests. They could, for example, increase the amount of deadwood in a specific area or plant a different type of tree.
With our concept, ZEISS can advance sustainable forestry. It is their path to become the biodiversity data provider for our European forests. BioVision enables scalable biodiversity monitoring for forest owners. They can make educated decisions and take effective actions to make their forests more resilient. By doing so, they ensure that their forests stay healthy today and tomorrow.
It's amazing how much forests give to us. And now it's time to give something back to the forests. BioVision is our contribution to shaping the forestry of tomorrow for the better. Follow the scans of pine needles to join us in our booth and experience BioVision for yourself. Thank you and see you there.
Thank you, Team ZEISS. Collaboration between KIT Germany and Aalto Finland. And our next team is also a collaboration between Germany and Finland. You see, we like that combination. This time, Hasse-Plattner Institute in Potsdam and Aalto Helsinki. And for those of you who paid attention, you might have noticed that we said we have 16 projects, but only 15 corporate partners. This is because Takeda is sponsoring 2 projects. This time it's Takeda Sustainability. Please welcome this new team on stage.
Hi, a warm welcome from our side as well. Now I know we are just in front of a break, but I hope you still have some energy left for a small physical exercise. Raise your hands if you think that climate change is one of the biggest challenges of our time. And now, who of you tries to reduce your environmental footprint? And who of you thinks that your efforts on this regard are already enough? Well, yeah, those are already way less hands, which is bad for the environment, but probably good for me. Otherwise, I would have a really hard time convincing you of our solution to this problem today. Now, we all know about the drastic consequences of climate change, but nevertheless, we struggle to reflect this in our day-to-day actions. But we don't blame you for this. Changing your behavior, breaking with habits is hard. And if making breakfast would be something easy, then getting out of bed would be already something that is way more difficult. And building a rocket is just at the other end of the scale. It's just rocket science. But sometimes it feels like changing your habits is even more difficult than this. But we all have our reasons on why we are not as sustainable as we could be. Some of us lack the resources or tools to do so, whilst others may not even be inclined towards becoming more sustainable. And some of us just don't have the headspace or time to do so if we think about our university or work that is going on all the time. And sometimes I stand there and wonder, even if I would become more sustainable, is this enough? Isn't it actually companies that have to change? They have the production processes. They are emitting tons of emissions. But companies actually often want to become greener. And let's take a short step back to think about what a company actually is. In the end, it comes down to a company being the actions and decisions of all their employees. They are decisions of high-level managers, but also regular employees. And only if all employees understand the importance of sustainability, this will reflect in their actions and help make the production processes greener as well. So that is why we developed Planet Points, an application that helps companies such as a corporate partner, Takeda, to become greener and to help their employees to create an environment that makes it easy to act in a sustainable way. And our application is fully functional, up and running, and you will be able to test it and experience it throughout the venue today. Thanks. Now, we believe that forcing people to change their behavior or constricting their choices is not the way to go. We rather believe that positive motivation is what actually encourages us to take better decisions. And that's why we want to reward you for positive choices, for choices that benefit the environment that you take in your day-to-day life around work. So if you take the train instead of commuting to work by car, we want to acknowledge this. You will be able to collect points for such decisions. If you decide to bring your own coffee cup instead of using single-use items all the time, this reduces emissions, which we want to reward you with. And our rewards target, on the one hand side, your personal well-being with, for example, vouchers for meditational sessions or grocery shopping in organic supermarkets. And on the other hand, also help your employer to create a more healthier working environment. And as already mentioned, sometimes it feels like we as individuals have no impact. But let me tell you one thing, we actually do. All our day-to-day actions pile up into a large amount of emissions if we take them over time. And even more than that, Planet Points helps you to relate to these day-to-day actions and understand how much emissions you are actually emitting with your small choices and how they pile up over time and what this actually means. So even more than that, Planet Points helps you to see how the impact, if we all act on this topic together as a collective, piles up. Because only if we all work on this together, we can see how big our impact is. This is actually something that is similar to production processes. And we want to keep you engaged in the long term. We don't want this is just a gimmick that works a week. People find it's nice, but afterwards they forget about this. That's why we have implemented proven to be successful concepts such as gamification, team challenges, leagues, and especially simple educational content that helps you understand how you can improve and become more sustainable.
Yeah, thank you very much, Juan. All very interesting, at least from an academic standpoint. But why should I, as a business owner, now establish Planet Points at our site? Like you said, I pay for the rewards. Probably I pay some for the app as well. And then only my employees benefit? You're going to tell me how now?
Well, actually, you benefit as a business as a whole. Because you might not notice, because you're not so much in contact with this topic, but your sustainability managers, they actually struggle really hard to get reliable numbers and reliable data on how emissions were reduced over the past time so that they can use this in sustainability reports. Also, they need this data to understand how can the company actually improve, in which areas do they have to do more. And even more than that, your sustainability goals also include reducing Scope 3 emissions. And Scope 3 emissions are emissions that do not directly relate to production process. Those are emissions that occur from site activities such as commuting to work or the food that is offered in the cafeteria. And we directly reduce those emissions by providing actionable items. And the most important part now is actually we create a culture of sustainability, a mindset of sustainability within employees, in which they understand the importance of this and reflect this throughout their activities at work, hereby helping you become a greener company, becoming more attractive for employees, especially young employees, and helping protect the planet on which you feed for your company.
Amazing.
So what I'm telling you actually here is not just something that I'm telling you, which is nice, but something that we actually found out works. We have completed our alpha testing phase in multiple facilities of our corporate partner, Takeda, in Zurich, in Los Angeles, in Riyadh here in Italy. And even weeks later, we got positive feedback on this. We got feedback on people contacting us voluntarily, just telling us how they actually started to think about the amount of waste that they are producing throughout their work life. And now, if you missed
We
the
all
last
want to
6
live a
minutes,
happy
a
life
2-minute recap.
in a safe and healthy environment. We go to work and do our best. We have lunch and business meetings and then commute home. Through our hobbies, we get the opportunity to relax, take care of our mind and body, and reconnect with nature. A big part of our lives is formed by our beloved family and friends, and we want to ensure their happiness as well. We spend all of our energy taking care of ourselves and everything that is dear to us. We don't have time to focus on big pressing issues such as global warming. Nobody wants our climate to change, but it's difficult to see any results that accumulate from our small, everyday actions. Can one person really make a difference? With Planet Points, you can see the positive impact of your everyday choices in a fun and interactive way. As you choose a climate-friendly meal at the cafeteria or decide to bike to work, you simply scan a sticker using your smartphone to gain points for reducing carbon emissions. With Planet Points, you and your colleagues can create a shared goal to reduce a significant amount of carbon emissions and send feedback to your employer on how to improve the environment. By seeing all the small actions pile up into a bigger goal, you can see how you as a person can have an impact and make sustainable choices a seamless part of your everyday life. With Planet Points, taking care of the environment is one less thing to worry about.
Yeah, thanks a lot for your attention. I'm a bit back in time, so it was a pleasure working with this great team. It wasn't just Flo and me, for 7 great human beings and minds that worked on this over the past 9 months. And I hope to come by our booth today because you can download our app and collect points all around the venue today. And in the end, claim your rewards at our booth. So thanks a lot for your attention, and I hope to see you.
So Paula, I don't know how you feel. I'm really touched.
Amazing presentations.
Yeah, really amazing presentations. And each one of them, so we already listened to 10 amazing, inspiring, insightful presentations. And yeah, I don't know what to say, but you know what I miss a little? You know, we're talking to each other. That's nice. You're listening, we're listening to, but I want to get to know these guys sitting over there.
Want to get to know you?
Yeah.
Maybe let's use the next break to do some networking, to get to know each other, to talk to the team members, to talk to the university members, teaching teams. Grateful to say that we have our chief fun officers. here again, organizing a little networking game. So whether you want to go and talk to the people or stay here, they will guide you through this game.
And maybe just for our online audience, you will have a 4 hours break now, so we will be very happy to see you afterwards again. If you cannot make it, I know there's a difference in the time zones. So great that you were here, and we were really happy to have you. And also for the rest of us, please join our network game. I'm pretty sure it's amazing. And we will see each other at 11:20 again. Thank you.
thank you for participating, for dancing, for showing your dance moves. Hope you got some new energy. Great, you can start sitting down again. Are you feeling energized again? Sounds quite good. Can sound even better. Yeah. Very nice, very nice.
Okay, so what about if we really try how energized you are? No, we're not dancing again, but rather, what about the sugar scream?
Yeah. I see that section quite motivated. What about the people there? I think we have to motivate them to do the sugar cry with us. Does everyone know how it works? Okay. Good. For those who don't, we're gonna say 1, 2, 3, and then maybe we can stand up for this. Yes, I see news. Yeah, prepared.
He's energized.
Yes. Okay, so we say 1, 2, 3, and then we all do the sugar cry together.
Easy instructions. So let's just do it. So 1, 2, 3, sugar!
Yes, very nice.
Thank you. Woo!
Now I think you feel energized again. Good. We're going to continue with the next team presentations. I hope you're all as excited as I am to listen to the last 6 teams. The first team to present is going to be a collaboration between the University of Côte d'Azur and the University of Bologna, Italy. And I'm wondering, when you think of France and Italy, what do you think of? Maybe nice food, nice weather, and even nicer culture. What about artificial leaf technology? I welcome on stage the next team here. Welcome.
Hello. Hi, Sugar. I want the clicker. Oh, please. Thank you. Hey, everyone. So we are Team Ali, which is short for Artificial Leaf Innovation. And we're here today because we're so excited to present to you some incredible bit of innovation. It's the artificial leaf. Now, this leaf takes in carbon dioxide, water, sunlight, and gives us products of value, right? So, it's been a long day. So it's like a technology that's the size of my palm, and you can either stack it up or sideways across in a factory. And it's powered by a photovoltaic cell, which requires sunlight. If you are zoned out, it's okay. So am I, because this has been our experience for the last 9 months. People don't get it, right? So to give you context, we're going to start right from the beginning. As of 2022, carbon dioxide levels have reached record levels of human history. And if you don't know what that means, it means extreme weather, destroyed homes, and an uncertain future. So this tells us there is a dire need for some green innovation, right? Our scientists delivered to that need through the artificial leaf, green technology. But our problem was nobody was picking it up. No, it didn't kind of catch the wave, nobody was getting it. And so that's what we had to kind of figure out. And there were a couple problems here. The first one was, it is a tale as old as time. Scientists invent incredible things that make the world a better place for us to live and enjoy. But there's always people who don't get it. And that's just the way of science communication, unfortunately. So how do we address this? Let me take you through our interviews. when we were interviewing the companies and having meetings with them and showing them the artificial leaf, they were always, always excited to see the potential of the leaf. They could imagine, they could see the bigger picture of it, right? But then we would move on to the visualization of the leaf in production, in their production, in factories and their industries. And then they would be a bit unsure and they would take a step back and they're like, oh, they would have trouble with it. And then what would completely overwhelm them was the amount of data that went along with the leaf. So we're talking things like amount of sunlight it needs to be powered, the amount of space it needs, the amount of carbon dioxide it needs to be ingested to get those products, right? So that was one of the big issues that we had with this technology. The second was that our technology is not quite ready for industry, right? For it to be ready, it needs further development. And for further development, we need some money. We need investment, right? But the thing is, companies are not going to invest in technology that hasn't been tested at an industrial scale. Of course they won't. It's risky, right? So that presented us a paradox, and more so an opportunity for us to try to solve. We were super excited because this gave us a chance to really think of something greatly innovative, right? So we asked ourselves, how might we create a reliable system around the leaf so that we could simultaneously develop it, but also onboard companies? Let's show you how.
Places, everyone. Meet Alex and Andrea, two scientists that have just invented an incredible new technology. However, whenever they try to portray the benefits of this technology to potential collaborators and investors, they struggle to portray the benefits that it can provide. So what they really need is a tool that could smooth out these presentations and accelerate the development of the technology. Introducing Colab, a new kind of onboarding tool. Colab is an interactive, collaborative software that helps the scientists at IIT find interested companies to develop their technology. The touch point is the software, but the collaborative creative space that it creates is the real innovation. Let me bring you all into this space.
All right, guys, let's go through the tool together.
Oh, yeah.
You said your company emits 1,000 tons of CO2 yearly. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I said.
All right, perfect. Let's go to the next page then. So considering 1,000 tons of CO2, the artificial leaf would need a total surface of 2,000 square meters. Is that acceptable for you?
Yeah, I have that space.
Perfect. All right, we can already go to the most important part, finance. Here you can see the benefits the artificial leaf can generate. And in your case, the break-even point could already be reached after 9 years.
Wow.
So according to the data you have put in the software, this is how artificial leaf technology would look like in your industry. So you would probably need other infrastructure, such as a carbon capture model.
Oh, we already happen to have that.
Oh, that's nice. So we can go to the last section. Here you can find a report, you can download it, and you can examine your results.
Is it possible for me to change the data if my needs change?
Yes, of course, we can do it right now.
All right, great. So Colab will help me convey difficult information to my coworkers who would otherwise have no idea what I was talking about. By creating a space where the data is organized and structured, it will really help to figure out a future plan of implementing technologies like the artificial leaf.
So for me, as a businesswoman, it was never easy to communicate with scientists. But with Colab, right now, I feel like we're speaking the same language. And when we go through meeting, I never feel overwhelmed with data anymore. So that's the reason why I think that Colab could be the future of technology transfer processes. And you know what? If business people get that and get the opportunity of using Colab, then everything in the innovation path of the creation of new technology is going to be easier, and it's also going to come natural. So tech to market project as this one won't be as scary as they are right now.
So as you can see, Colab creates a common space for all the questions that often get lost after a meeting. It facilitates an interactive experience between the scientists and their potential partners. Imagine the possibility of getting people together at the table in a productive manner. No one ever created anything great alone, but together we can do anything. And collab is teamwork made easy.
Sugar! Woo! Thank you to IIT.
Okay, I see that team was really, really nice and it got you everyone energized again. So maybe we can just continue that. So thank you, team IIT. And you might remember that we already had a team which was talking about money. And I was highly convinced. So I would say Germany and Switzerland, when it comes to financing, is a really good match. And they're still celebrating, which is quite nice. So good, because our next team on stage is team LBBW, the Landesbank Baden-Württemberg. And therefore, I want to welcome the collaboration between the University of St. Gallen in Switzerland and the Hasso-Plattner Institute in Germany. Welcome.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to our presentation. I'm Yasmina, this is Hannah, and we're here to represent the team LBBW. We live in a globalized and increasingly connected world. And with that, risks are increasing as well. Alone cyber risks showed an increase by 144% in 2021. Scary, isn't it? Allow me to ask you, how much do you know about the risks you face in your daily life? Have you ever thought about the scenario where you lose confidential information due to a stolen computer? Or what happens if your bank account is hacked? And this leads me to the question, are you doing anything to mitigate these risks? For any company that wants to stay viable, these questions and a good risk management process are essential. But what we've realized in the last 9 months is that many companies, especially SMEs, don't have the resources and the time to cope with their risks, to get an overview of their risks. To show you that even more clearly, we would like to introduce you to Lina. Lina recently took over the company of her father and is now the managing director of an electronic company in Germany. In her daily business, Lina faces many challenges: high time pressure, lack of resources, no overview of her risks. What Lina needs is support. Support to get overview of her risks. Support with finding the appropriate strategy. And above all, this support has to be a simple solution. The risk management process of Lina now is unstructured, messy. Well, the risk management process is not really existing. But let's have a look together.
Critical error.
Scared of a cyber attack? Don't let it come to that. Paloma, your risk navigator, informs you about potential dangers before disaster strikes. Our world is getting riskier, thus it is critical to keep up with your company's risk management. With Paloma, risk management is made easy. The process is seamless. Register your company and employees to start the identification process. Integrate your own expertise to get an overview of your highest risks and receive high-quality information and recommendations on how to improve your risk management. How do we do that? Here are some of our key features. With the risk monitoring and risk mitigation, you receive a customized overview of your potential risks tailored to your individual needs. A real-time newsfeed keeps you informed about potential threats. Furthermore, the concept of Paloma is based on a platform logic. We deeply believe that one is always stronger together. Therefore, we place a special emphasis on collaboration within the Paloma platform. This way you can benefit from the expertise of others. With Paloma, risk management is made easy.
Risk management made easy. That's exactly our mission with Paloma. We want to help Lina and her company, but also other SMEs, to structure their risk management process and help them to prevent them from serious consequences due to lack of awareness. But how are we doing that?
So let me take you on the novel journey Lina is now faced with, accompanied by Paloma, the novel risk management navigator she now has. In the first step, she goes through the simple onboarding process. So she adds all the company details she wants to share with Paloma, and she can even assign all the relevant employees which will accompany her in her new risk management process. So she doesn't have to do the process on her own. The most important part, however, is the identification process. As every SME is facing different risks, in this process, we really want to understand and gather the knowledge on which risks are actually a threat for Lina. Upon that, the analysis stage is reached. In this stage, we see a simple dashboard, a matrix where we see or where Lina can analyze which risks actually are high. In Lina's case, we see that ransomware poses a high risk, a high threat. So it is in the red corner, as you can see here. Based on this knowledge, now we go deeper. We go into the evaluation phase. The tool will ask how the SME is actually coping with this risk up to date. And based on this information in the risk management or risk mitigation process, Lina gets a checklist on what she has to do in addition to prevent such risks from occurring in the near future. In addition, she even gets a newsfeed, or she can consult a newsfeed, where she gets all the tailored information on this respective risk and also benchmarking experiences. So we would like to highlight furthermore, again, all the most important features Paloma has. So we have the risk identification, the collaboration aspect, we have the risk dashboard and the newsfeed. So, but how are we actually different from our competitors? Our tool is based on the German market. In the German market, almost 99% of the companies are classified as SMEs. So a large market. But as many of you might know, as we have many Germans here visiting today, that German SMEs are not quite the most trusted ones, or they don't trust so often new technologies. And this is where we see us ahead of our competitors. The LBBW bank, our partner, is one of the most trusted partners in the German SME field. So we have already this competitional advantage. In the future, therefore, when the product will evolve, our vision will be that Paloma helps SMEs navigate through the risks and supports them with strategies to manage these risks. Paloma offers support where the capacity limit of the SME manager is reached, and it will become an indispensable digital assistant for the SMEs in Germany. Thank you.
Thank you, Team LBBW. Now, based on the Transitions Performance Index, short TPI, both Germany and Ireland are ranked quite high on their way to a more sustainable future. Sounds like a good match for the next team, Team TRUMPF, a collaboration between the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology and the Trinity College Ireland. Welcome on stage.
Hello, everyone. We're Team TRUMPF. I'm Connell. This is Charlotte. And we'd like to speak with you about the word sustainability. The word sustainability is being used more and more often and in many different contexts. And we're all quite familiar with its definition by now. Sustainability is a combination of societal equity, environmental protection, and economic development. To some, it may mean riding on your bike to work instead of a car. To others, it might mean eating less red meat. But essentially, sustainability is the development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the future. In September of last year, we began a collaboration with TRUMPF, one of Europe's market leaders in machine tool manufacturing. The aim of that collaboration was to develop green services for their customers, the users of these machine tools in sheet metal industry. To give you some context, the steel industry alone accounts for 9% of carbon emissions in the world. And so we saw this as a fantastic opportunity to reduce this figure. To understand the situation further, let's take a look at a typical part manufacturer, Metalworks Incorporated, and one of their employees, Klaus. Metalworks Incorporated have experienced some significant changes of late. Firstly, they're experiencing more pressure to become green. This pressure comes from the supply chain, but it really comes from us consumers and a shift in our ethics. We're demanding now more than ever that the goods and services that we buy be sourced ethically. This is reflected in new regulations, some of which require carbon neutrality by the year 2050. Additionally, factories are becoming increasingly automated, which allow companies like Metalworks to optimize their performance through collecting machine data. Klaus works as a project manager in Metalworks, and he has a whole host of problems of his own. Firstly, he struggles to find and retain reliable manual labor due to the short supply. He struggles to have on-time deliveries while balancing efficiency in material and energy due to their high costs. And finally, he's wary of machine breakdowns, which may slow down or even stall his production. As you can see, Klaus has a lot on his plate, but you may have noticed that none of his goals are aligned with sustainable agenda. Almost none of his goals. So we must ask ourselves, how do we cater to Klaus, our user, while also fulfilling our social responsibilities as the public? What do the objectives of Klaus have in common with those of the general public? The answer to this, we believe, is efficiency. Efficiency in energy, efficiency in material, and efficiency in time. This way, Klaus can improve his production line while also making the industry more green as a whole. To understand this further, or to find out why or what obstacles are in our way in becoming a more efficient production line, let's take a look at a typical day for Klaus in Metalworks.
All this work and the data is still so difficult to explain.
So in practice, collecting large pools of data to help optimize your production line is quite difficult. Acquiring that data can often be troublesome and time-consuming, and then interpreting that data to the higher-ups is equally challenging.
And this is where TrueView comes in. Our service will help the production managers make the most of their data by tracking every inefficiency and providing them with personalized guidelines. TrueView is a new tool that has been designed to be later implemented in the online portal MyTrump. MyTrump is already used daily by the production managers. And the way it works is that it simply takes in data from the machines and the already existing Trump software. The data is then used to generate scores in key performance categories such as energy efficiency and utilization. The scores are then compared to those of other companies also using Trump machines, and the results are displayed in the TrueView interface in different levels of details, along with tailor-made suggestions. TrueView's main
main strength is the context that we provide with the machine's data. Because we found that some companies sometimes set their objectives arbitrarily, like, let's try to bring down our material waste to 15%. But they really have no way of knowing if 15% is an accurate goal or if there's room to do even more. So we decided to provide our users with a ranking. This way, TRUMPF machine users and production managers can know where they stand relative to their competitors, and the ranking could give them just enough motivation for them to take actions. As you can see, this As you can see, this company did great, but a few other companies did a little bit better, and now they know that there must be a way to get all the way to the top. Another asset of TrueView is the possibility to monitor in detail your machine performance. You can navigate through the tabs and the machine's profile to find the exact piece of information you were always looking for. This level of detail is helpful to understand why some of your machines are behaving poorly. The idea behind this is for the production managers to be able to better understand their results and also to enable an easy access to TRUMPF's expertise. As I've said before, this tool was primarily designed for production managers, but some functions are now available for energy managers, such as the certificates that you can see on the left. The certificates are here to justify that your production is now wasting less and less energy. There are also reports that are available for all the others management. Because the overarching goal is to have a more sustainable production, TrueView key performance indicators are all related to sustainable metrics, like energy waste and utilization. This way, Klaus can now increase his company's general performance as he can tackle his daily challenges, while at the same time embracing sustainability. Thanks everyone for listening. Yes, Klaus from Metalworks. What can I do for you?
Yeah.
Sorry, I can go first.
It looks really promising, but could you explain me more about the technologies?
Yeah, but I think we're running out of time here, so maybe we can take that back to the booth. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. We'll answer any questions you have at our booth. Thank you.
Is going to be a collaboration between the masters of Finnish sauna and the masters of Japanese onsen. Team Harvia, welcome on stage. I can promise it's going to be a very hot presentation.
Hello, everyone. I'm Marius, and this is Laura, and we are part of Teams Team. Let's start off with some audience participation. So please raise your hand and remember to keep it raised if you know of the importance of warming up prior to your workout. Okay, I see a lot of hands. So now, if you have ever skipped the warm-up despite knowing that it can help prevent injury, please lower your hand. Okay, if you still have your hand raised for any reason, please lower it now if you have ever felt unsure of how to warm up a specific muscle group or for how long. Okay, our goal is to keep your hands raised, as we have seen a lot of yours have lowered throughout these questions. And how, you may ask? Using heat. What we have discovered is that in post-workout, there exists a lot of tools that are actually using heat to help you, for example, recover. But prior to your workout, in the pre-workout stage, no such tools exist. We believe that using heat with infrared technology that can actually deliver the heat to your muscles, penetrating your skin, can help you achieve a better workout. Heat delivered that way can promote muscle elasticity, improve the oxygen delivery to your muscles, and accelerate neural connections so your muscles become more responsive for your workout. Together, you are experiencing a lower risk of injury during your workout and also improved performance. Traditionally, these same benefits have been delivered with conventional warm-ups, but we want to deliver them more efficiently using infrared technology. Because many people actually skip the warm-ups despite knowing of these benefits, or at least some of them, and are thus missing out on these perks. Heat, we believe, can be the key to warming up more efficiently and more effortlessly using our infrared technology. But where are we getting that heat and the technology from, Laura?
That's a great question, Marius. We are getting this heat from Harvia, the masters of heat. Harvia is a global leader in the sauna and spa industry from Finland. They tasked our team of Aalto University and Kyoto Institute of Technology students to further connect their competencies in heat to the growing megatrend of health and well-being. So obviously, the place where to connect these two would be in gyms. Our solution not only provides a unique spin on your workout routine, but it provides Harvia with the opportunity to bring their high-quality products to a new space. Harvia and gyms can therefore join forces in becoming innovative providers of health and well-being experiences. And as an added bonus, we are not compromising Harvia's nor gyms' demand for sweat. Big promises, but how do we deliver? Introducing Flow, enhance your performance with heat.
I will now hand it over to our counterparts in Kyoto with a video on what flow is and how it works. Take it away.
This is flow. Flow is the most effective tool to boost your worker performance. It is designed to be used in gym and can be used easily and effectively to warm up your body before workout. It has 2 heaters and you can use them to expose your muscles to the heat. The heaters use the industry-leading technology of our corporate company, Harvia, and they warm up any muscle group in less than 3 minutes. It means that with flow, you will be prepared for your workout in 3 minutes. This is amazing because the average warm-up time is 12 minutes, so you will be prepared for your workout 4 times faster than the usual warm-up with flow. You can move 2 heaters up and down to fit any part of your body and get them ready for your workout. There are 2 wings holding heaters. By changing the angle of them, you can not only stand and relax your body with heat, but also you can move to prepare for your workout. With the intuitive and user-friendly UI, you can see and follow the appropriate body movement when using flow. Next, let's go and show you how it works.
Well, the usage is very simple. Firstly, users stand in front of Harvia Flow and select the training intensity as well as the body part that you want to focus on that day. Next, you adjust the height of the heaters depending on where you want to warm up. Then, turn on Flow. The heaters will automatically adjust its temperature depending on the training and also the body parts that you selected as well as your current body temperature. All you have to do is following our on-screen stretching instruction while enjoying the heat from Harvia Flow. With this routine, your pre-workout training is easier than ever and you will never skip your warm-up ever again. Now, let's get back to our live stage in San Francisco.
All right, thank you, Kyoto. So not only do we want to provide an optimized warm-up experience, Flow has a massive business opportunity. So let's get into that. First of all, Flow is the gateway for Harvia to the $96.7 billion global gym market. Additionally, with Flow, we aim to increase the infrared demand for Harvia, which only make up about 10% of sales currently. Lastly, we have identified additional markets for Flow to expand to, which range from everything from sports teams to consumer markets. With Flow, we are taking the first step in this direction and offering you a no-fuss warm-up that lets you focus on what really matters, the workout. Come see our booth to see how you can enhance your performance with heat. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Team Harvia. So I would say Aalto University in Finland and Kyoto Institute of Technology in Japan is a really, really good match. But what do you think about the chemistry between Japan and Australia? So I know from some sources that the guys who are not able to be here have a lot of good chemistry in between them, and they're making like their own sugar expo for themselves, and it's really lovely to hear that. So a big round of applause for our next team, Osaka Gas Chemicals, which is a collaboration between the Kyoto Institute of Technology in Japan and the Swinburne Institute of Technology in Australia. Big applause for our online team.
Hello, Sugar. I hope you guys have had a wonderful couple of hours, been some amazing projects, and I hope for everyone who's worked so hard these last 9 months, your projects worked out really well. My name's Ben, I'm here with Bishang, who'll be here in a moment, and we are part of Pacific Salt. We are super excited to present our program to you today. Its name is Archie. Now this is our team. made up of Kagari, Olivia, Tamaki, and Bisheng from Kyoto, and myself, Oren, and Ella from Swinburne in Australia. Now, before we dive into the presentation, we would like to thank our industry partner, Osaka Gas Chemicals, for their help and guidance throughout this project. Osaka Gas came to us with a new material called fluorine cellulose fiber, or FLCF. Now, what is that? Simply put, it's a new biomass material made from the long cellulose fibers of trees and altered so that it can be immersed within and strengthen plastics and resins. As you can see, it has some amazing properties. On average, it increases the strength of a plastic or resin by 30%. It can be recycled 5 times without loss of strength and is completely biodegradable in the right resin, as well as being injection moldable. Now, FLCF is still really early in development, with limited testing and currently no product on the market. So our sugar project became a 2-part challenge. First, we needed to identify a market for FLCF to direct research and development. And second, we needed to design a product and a vision for what FLCF can do by 2030. These challenges relate directly to the material development process and will help our partner OGC direct their next steps in development and commercialization. So, what market did we choose? Well, in recent years, the electric bike and scooter market has been growing through a massive expansion. The new dockless share scooters alone have accumulated over 300 million trips in only 2 years. This rapid expansion has sparked a new collective term for small mobility called micromobility. It includes just about any single person transport, electric or otherwise. Now, people are starting to take notice. 70% of people said they were willing to switch to a form of micromobility for their daily commute. And in response, micromobility designs are rapidly changing to suit our needs as we collectively challenge how and why we travel. We recognize that FLCF might be a huge player in this space. Using FLCF, we can improve the resource efficiency of e-mobility, lower the weight of the micromobility solution through processes like topology optimization to reduce energy loss during use. We could also decrease the complexity of the designs, allowing for easier repair and recyclability. And despite their rapid growth, many users are still hesitant to use micromobility, so we believe we can create a new, fun, and inclusive way to travel, and that is why we created Arki. A compact, all-terrain micromobility that allows our users to choose their own adventure on a daily basis. But that's how it looks. How about how it feels? Dare to explore indeed is Arki, our new form of micromobility. We are so keen to present this, guys, to you. We hope you liked it. So, we created Arki as an all-terrain compact mobility solution for Japan, and it's really for 2 demographics. Foreigners who want to explore Japan and experience the culture in a new way, as well as the young local Japanese people who are excited about micromobility and are willing to take risks on new technology and fashion. Through a series of co-design workshops, we identified a range of keywords and images that represented our users' style and aesthetic. These words and images inspired the colors and material palettes of Arki, encouraged us to trial new materials and ideas like that sculpted wooden board. The board and the style of riding itself were inspired by the new popularity of skating and surfing in Japan after the Tokyo Olympics, where Japanese athletes took home both gold and silver medals across those disciplines. The handles and stem of Arki took inspiration from Tori, the beautiful and iconic traditional gates seen across Japan. Now, Arki has a number of distinct features and considerations, each a response to the wishes of our users. We created a video to demonstrate.
4-wheeled base allows our users to stand and get their balance on the board before needing to take off. We chose soft, all-terrain wheels to allow our users to take on anything in their path. Each of our user testers rode in a different way. So, we designed Arki to allow them to ride in the way that felt most intuitive. Arki's handles have a soft grip and indication lights built in, allowing our users to safely and comfortably navigate the world around them, not to mention at a top speed of 40 km per hour. Built into Arki are a set of head and tail lights to keep our users safe at night. We think of Arki as an e-skate scooter hybrid that will hopefully be your new sidekick on your way to work or a weekend adventure.
Now, there are also a number of other features we were unable to include in the current prototype, but have designed for the next iteration of Arki. In the future, we would include a universal bag attachment to allow our users to grab their groceries on the go or explore the city on a day trip. An inbuilt navigation system so they can explore with confidence, a handlebar extension so our adventurers can ride safely and in their own style, and finally, a folding mechanism to allow Arki to be stowed away when not in use. Now, counter to what you might think, Arki is steered primarily through weight distribution. The handle is really a point of stability and safety and confidence. We found that virtually all our users said they would not feel comfortable riding a skateboard or surfboard. However, it looked like incredible fun. And this is the true power of Arki, bringing skating and surfing to everyone disguised as an e-scooter. Arki is a stepping stone that facilitates the joy and experience of those sports in a way where our users feel safe and confident at all times. Now, that's the experience design of Arki. But what about FLCF? Where does that fit in? Let me pass on to Bisheng to tell you all about it.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. I'm Bisheng from the KIT of Japan. After listening to Ben's introduction on Arki, I'm sure you are thinking how this relates to the material we utilize, FLCF, where and why this fit into Arki's build. E-scooters today are comprised of heaps of small parts and complex constructions. This prevents them from being easily repaired, recycled, and disposed of sustainably. So we utilize generative design to create Arki's main base and stems, which will be 3D printed and made of FLCF. So what exactly does Arki consisting of FLCF bring to the table? First of all, this significantly lowers Arki's environment impact. The weight reduction reduces the energy used on each trip and almost nullifies the use of metals that have the highest manufacturing emissions of any materials within the current e-mobility space. That structure forms the main scaffold on which all other elements of Arki are mounted. This frame simplifies Arki's build process, optimizes material conservation, and allows for easy repair and disassembly. We hope that in the future, if damaged Arkis, FLCF structure could be melted down and reprinted, ready to go again. So generative design and FLCF filament development comes out. These are the two core technologies of Arki making. The FLCF structure you see at the base of the board was created through the generative design, where a computer calculates the structure of an object and it uses as little raw material as possible while maintaining the required strength. It can maximize the value of the FLCF, and we were able to design a structure that can hold someone weighing 100 kilograms. And look how incredible and futuristic it looks. Over the course of the program, we were determined to develop a new way to utilize FLCF. Using FLCF pellet, we wondered whether we could create a filament for 3D printing. And we are proud to say that for the first time ever, we are being able to create a 3D printable filament using FLCF. We went through many interactions and failures, spent a lot of effort on finding the suitable FLCF concentration, and finally succeeded in preparing FLCF filament that can be 3D printed, which allows us to 3D print the generative design base you can see here. Yeah, our recommendation is that OGC is to focus on their R&D on 3D printing and biofilament, as there's already a huge interest in that space, and it will only grow with the power of the generative design. And then to keep an eye on the micromobility space to see where we can innovate with the technology, as that industry is projected to reach a valuation of over $300 billion by 2030. What a project. During this 9 months, learn about a brand new biomaterial, exploring the various market based on its advantages and fund micromobility. We designed a new version and a mobility solution for 2030 and showcase the possible power of FSF. And then finally, and for the first time, we were able to develop 3D printing filament using FSCF. And we hope that OGC will get biofilament into the market as soon as possible, and we will see Arki enter millions of households and allow millions of tourists to embark on their own adventure across Japan. That's the end of the presentation. We are Pacific Salt. Thank you for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Team Osaka Gas Chemicals. Thank you a lot. And with that, thank you to all teams. We've heard 16 presentations. It's a lot, and we've learned a lot today, I guess. It's been 9 months full of energy, motivation. You can be proud of yourself. I would say a big applause to all teams. Now, I know that some people of our online community have to leave now. So in that case, see you back at 6:30 p.m. to our closing ceremony if you want. Hope to see you there. If not, thanks for coming. And yeah, I guess it's time for a break now. So I welcome our CFOs again. Stay tuned for the next game.
sugar community. How are we feeling now? Please do something with me. Finally, presentations are over. You can now focus on celebrate. And part of that celebration is recognize all your effort. We have a couple of gifts with a lot of love inside of it and a lot of pride because of all what you did during this time. Psychology, right?
It used to work.
It used to work. Do we know any joke in the meantime? Well, we can have. Hey, it's working. So let's celebrate with us. I cannot clap because the microphone would do something awkward, but a lot of claps to all of you, team. I am going to hand over the ceremony to Falk and to Matteo.
Guys, it's an incredible, time that we are living together after these years. And the amount of connection and human power that we created all together is something that we need to fuel our energy to innovate in the rest of our future. So this is only the starting point of our journey in innovation, and that's only the seed that we all planted together so that we can really change the world. And with this, I hand the word to Falk, because that's the major wish I can give you, to keep on this idea that we can be and make the future.
Yeah, and it's also amazing to see that big community, because when we started in 2010 or so with some other folks setting up this network, we were just a few people. And now, even after COVID, we are 16 universities and almost 180 students. And I think this is really incredible. And I'm so thankful that you all made it to this place and also joined us online. So this really deserves respect. And I'm looking so much forward to the future, that we all will stay in contact and join the alumni club. But before we now move on with your certificates and all the honors that you deserve, I also would like to put some light on the people in the background, because all this would never been done with a lot of helping hands. And it roots back to the beginnings of all this, where Larry Leifer, one of the professors at Stanford University, said, this must become a movement. And he chose that word movement very wisely and didn't take the word organization. An organization has a chief of something, a CEO, some stupid role descriptions. But he said, we need to be a movement where we distribute responsibility, where we become resilient. And this resilience is shown here in this audience. So it's not Matteo or myself or Vanessa. It's a lot of people who are in here, your faculty members, but also many other alumni who are supporting this program. But I would like to thank you some people that were really important for this time's run. And in order to praise them properly, I would like to practice some applause with you, okay? So maybe you can give me some applause for the moment.
Okay. That was a good attempt.
Yeah, keep going. Okay, so I wish that you multiply this by 10. So I'm really a short person with 165. So, and the first two people I would like to call on stage, and one is unfortunately joining us only online because she got COVID. You know her name. It's Maya and it's Vanessa. Come on stage.
Whoa!
Stay here. It's your applause. Enjoy. So there are two more lovely ladies. There are two more lovely ladies that I would like to call on stage. I see them in the back. It's Sarah and it's Paula. So please come. Come. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Get on stage. So you really did a fantastic job. And I know no one of you is a professional moderator, but it was a professional moderation. So excellently done. Thank you very much.
Bravi!
So now you also need to move. So these are these strange guys in this box. You might have wondered what they are doing, right? They always laugh about you and they do some crazy stuff. So it's Leo, it's Dominic, it's Henrik, it's Konstantin, it's Katrin. So please come on stage.
Bravi!
Come.
Bravi, bravi, bravi.
So, you know, they did all the crazy IT stuff. And luckily you joined yesterday with the rehearsals and you saw what can happen if IT doesn't work properly, but they fixed it. And with a lot of patience and always with a smile. So I like that. And also social media and all the communication was done by you. So, and yeah, Lucia. Oh, God. So she gets another applause in a second.
Bye, Lucia.
So then we had our chief of staff for entertainment. So it's Charlotte and Finn. So where are you?
Where are you guys?
They are not here.
CFO, Chief Fund
Charlotte.
Officers.
Okay.
Woo! Come on, Finn. You make us run the whole day. Grandissima Charlotte. Brava, brava. Bravo, Finn.
Great. So there's another exceptional person here in the room who usually didn't belong to that community, but I believe he grew into that community over the last 24 hours or so. He's sitting in the back. I also had a very long conversation with him. I'm very thankful for that. It's Vernon, so please come on stage as well.
Who's the leftover guys over there?
He's just a student.
Okay. Bravo, bravo, bravo. Bravo, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So there's one last person to call on stage. I'm sure you know it already. She's almost on stage already because you see her very often with a tablet or with a computer in her hand. So, Lee, please come on stage.
Lee.
So,
Lee. Bravissimo.
You know, it's very important to have good friends in difficult times. And Lee helped us to get the spaces, all the infrastructure, all the support. And yeah, thank you very much for that.
You're very welcome.
We are very honored to host this event. It's so exciting to see you guys and have students, faculty from around the world under the same roof. And it's so impressive to have this event here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. And there were thousands more of helping hands. Yeah, Vanessa is right. So for sure. So this is not the end, but you know, the network lives and there were many, many people. I mean, if I'm just looking around, Matteo, Niels, etc., who really helped. So maybe we can give them an applause as well.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so now let's celebrate you, the students, and maybe you can get back in place so that we can fully function again. Vanessa had another great, this is true. So this was a bit out of the program. We would like to take one picture with the sugar flag, with all of you. Is that possible? I'm not sure if there's someone. Sushi.
No, it's them.
So thank you very much. So now it's the time for you. And what we would like to hand over to you and to your faculty is a certificate of participation. I mean, you know, it's an old tradition to hand out this sheet of paper, and it might look very meaningless, but on the other hand, I'm sure in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or even 10 or 20 years, you will look at this sheet of paper, hopefully, and you will be proud of what you have achieved today and also what it means to what you will do in the future. And therefore, we have that certificate of participation, which we will hand out in a second to all of you. And for the first time ever, we also will hand over the flags. And I was really surprised how quickly that went when you took them off, right? And it was a gig designed by Vanessa and Maya. They came once in my office and asked me, okay, can we print flags, right? And I'm a kind of controlling nerd, looking into numbers and saying, okay, what does it cost? And why do we need that? But yeah, they succeeded, right? And I think it's a great thing. So, so we have a flag for each university, and we will also hand it over as part of the ceremony. So, but how does it work? So there are 3 simple steps as always, right? So first of all, we will call you on stage. So the university, and that means that when your university is called, please come quickly on stage, and also the teaching team is asked to join us. And then we will do a photo with Zushi's famous camera. He will put it on Flickr and other platforms. And then we also do the handover of the certificates, the flag, and then you get back and we call the other university. And for all the rest, I ask you to give them the best applause you can provide. Okay, everyone deserves it, so it's 10 times higher than I. Remember on that, okay? So let's start with the first university, right? And it's Sushi. So I know your team is not here. It's very sensitive.
Sushi.
So Sushi, come on stage.
Yay! Look Japanese, guys. Wonderful. Okay, and the second university is the Mumbai. Is the Mumbai. Whoa! Thank you for joining here. Thank you very much.
Live it life. every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Fuck me, I'm looking in the mirror, so foggy, but I've never seen clearer. I don't really think anyone can save me, and honestly I'm not really sure I want saving. I like to be my own worst enemy. There's no risk if you don't try at anything, so I'ma just keep buying everything. See you in the next life, have to be a better me. I don't think that my head's on straight, gotta flip it and grip it and go and get an x-ray. What's wrong with me? I just feel weight pushing on my chest and it squeezes till I suffocate. Better change my mindset, meditate. It's pretty cool that I'm alive and have better days. I could walk, see, hear, I should celebrate. Think I could change my mind, maybe elevate. Living life, every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days.
Swinburne's flag. I hope you're seeing us here today, guys, online. I'm pointing out at the camera. So, Swinburne, your flag is already on the way home. That's why we won't take the picture with the flag. But we have you with us here today.
Yay!
Thank you.
Okay, and now University of Bologna.
So the next university on stage is Warsaw University of Technology. Where are you? Get here.
Warsaw. Yeah, you made it. Bravissima.
Me, I'm looking in the mirror, so foggy, but I've never seen clearer.
Yes.
I don't really think anyone can save me, and honestly, I'm not really sure I want saving. I like to be my own worst enemy. There's no risk if you don't try at anything, so I'ma just keep buying everything.
No.
The next life has to be a better me. I don't think that my head's on straight. Gotta flip it and grip it and go and get an X-ray. What's wrong with me? I just feel weight pushing on my chest and it's
Okay, now we remain in Europe. It's the only country, it's one of the countries with more than one sugar university. Is Université de Côte d'Azur.
And if I may, a small comment, Silvia, you also supported us today, tons. So please also amazing applause to Silvia, please. Thank you very much.
So the next one is Trinity College Dublin. So where are you? Hey!
Yes.
And you can continue a bit more the applause for Richard, who was also all the time helping all of you to be on time with your presentations.
In a hard place. Do I work hard or live at my pace? You're only young one, yeah, that's all great. But I also want a future where I'm okay. Living life is doing lots of cocaine. Wait, no, it's living with no shame. Wait, no, it's sleeping in on Sundays. I guess it's different for each of us, and that's okay. Well, I just want to.
Yeah, that's great. The next university plays home is San Francisco State University. Guys, we count on you for party action, eh?
Living life every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need is a better day. Fuck me, I'm looking in the mirror, so foggy, but I've never seen clearer. I don't really think anyone can save me, and honestly, I'm not really sure I want saving. I like to be my own worst enemy.
So, and the next university on stage is Hochschule Mannheim. Woo!
Yes. Yeah.
So, can I add this one?
All I need are some better days. Yeah. All I need are some better days. 'Cause all I want, and I pray, I believe in the better days. Kinda stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do I work hard or live in my pace? You're only young one, yeah, that's all great. But I also wanna teach you I'm okay. Living life is doing that's okay. Wait, no.
Okay, now we have the other university in France, which is this school, Paris. Whoa, ho, ho.
Purpose to overcome, to try to do what you love when it's said and done. Cause there's so many differences in each of us. Trust your gut, it can show you what you want. Living life every day, late at night.
Yeah.
All I want, and I pray. All I need is some better days.
Yep.
Good.
All I need are some better days. Cause all I want, and I pray. I believe in a better day. Living life every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray.
So, next one on stage is University of Sao Paulo.
And to Pedro as well. Pedro was all around taking a lot of memories that you will see soon in social media and all our places on the internet, okay?
Okay, and the next university is Karlsruhe Institute of Technology. I'm not saying KIT because, you know, it's tricky, right?
Stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do I work hard or live in my pace? You're only young one. Yeah, that's
Oh, that's a bunch of people.
Yeah, 100 people on stage. Yes, great.
Yeah. Here. Sleeping in on Sundays. I guess it's different for each of us, and that's okay. Well, I just want to be happy. How to get there? Glad that you asked me. I think it's different for everyone. Some of us need work, others need fun. Some of us need purpose to overcome. But try to do what you love when it's said and done. Cause there's so many differences in each of us. Trust your gut, it can show you what you want. Living life every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray. All I need is some better days.
So, next university on stage is University of St. Gallen.
St. Gallen, St. Gallen. Bravi, bravi!
Yes. Every day, late at night, not okay. All I want,
guys,
and I pray.
Finally, at the end, here.
Fuck me, I'm looking in the mirror, so foggy, but I've never seen clearer. I don't really think anyone can save me, and honestly, I'm not really sure I want saving. I like to be my own worst enemy. There's no risk if you don't try at anything, so I'ma just get by in everything. See you in the next life, have to be a better me. I don't think that my head's on straight. Gotta flip it and grip it and go and get an X-ray.
Woo!
Okay, now the northest of all, Alto University.
Stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do I work hard or live in my pace? You're only young, but I also want a future where I'm okay. Living life is doing lots of cocaine. Wait, no, it's living with no shame. Wait, no, it's living in my Sundays.
Alto.
Well, I just want to be happy. How to get there? Glad that you asked me. I
Bravissimo.
think it's different for everyone. Some of us need purpose, need fun. Some of us need purpose to overcome. We try to do what you love when it's said and done. There's so many differences in each of us. Trust your gut, it can show you what you want. Living life every day, late at night, not a moment. All I want, all I need is a better day. Woo! All I need is a better day.
Big applause, Lord. And last but not least, Hasso-Plattner Institute.
Yes.
Living life every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray. All I need is a better day.
200.
Looking in the mirror, so foggy, but I've never seen clearer. I don't really think anyone can save me, and honestly, I'm not really sure I want saving. I like to be my own worst enemy. There's no risk if you don't try at anything, so I'ma just keep buying everything. See you in the next life. Don't think my head's so straight. Gotta flip it and grip it and go and get an X-ray. What's wrong with me? I just feel weight pushing on my chest and it squeezes till I suffocate. Better change my mindset, meditate. It's pretty cool that I'm alive and have better days. I could walk, see, hear, I should celebrate. Think I could change my mind, maybe elevate. Living life every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray. All I need are some better days. You're only young one, yeah, that's all great. But I also want a future where I'm okay. Living life is doing lots of cocaine. Wait, no, it's living with no shame. Wait, no, it's sleeping in on Sundays. I guess it's different for each of us, and that's okay. Well, I just want to be happy. How to get there? Glad that you asked me. I think it's different for everyone. Some of us need work, others need fun. Some of us need purpose to overcome. But try to do what you love when it's said and done. Cause there's so many differences in each of us. Trust your gut, it can show you what you want. Living life every day, late at night.
Guys, sorry. I want an applause for Falk. The biggest one, like more. Yes. For years of dedication and passion for making other people having their success and achieve their goals. This is like, what drives our basic value in all the networks. So that's something to acknowledge for everybody that is, part of it. So I hope that you take that also with you with your future success and career. You are, thank you, Falk, for doing this.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
Maya, we say thank you, Maya. Yes.
Hi, this is amazing. I love seeing all of this. So now it's time to make you all officially part of the alumni club from the Sugar Network. Congratulations to each one of you that are now part of this. We want to make a couple of announcements and information that you want to know, you might want to know, to stay connected to the community, because it doesn't stop here with 9 months. You already made great connections. Keep them. You never know when, how, and why you're going to need them. The first thing is we are on LinkedIn. You can follow the Alumni Club. I will remove from the center of the slide. So follow us. You can just search the name of the club on LinkedIn. Then we know some students, actually you can identify yourselves in this GIF. Some of you have already put this experience within your work experience on LinkedIn.
feel free to do it. Important is that you mention the details on your project. You can tag in their Sugar network, and then this is part of what makes you a great professional from now on. Just as you learn over the 9 months that it is important to collect feedback and to adapt and to really satisfy people, users, you are our users, people. And we would appreciate if you can share with us also some feedback, because we know we can always do better. We put all our hearts in what we do, in planning the event, in running the 9 months, but we know we can do better. So please, you have the QR code here. It was earlier on top of each one of the tables. It isn't now there, but I will share it on Slack as well, and we will send an email as a closure of the whole event. So please, please, please share your feedback. Help us getting better in this. And I'm going to come in the center, and I'm going to ask you all to accompany me to do something for our people online, because we miss you, and I am not lying here. We have been discussing this during the whole event. So please, put your right hand in front. Put your left hand in front. Put your right hand here, and your other hand, and shake it a bit. Online community, thank you for being here. We will see you later, hopefully in person. It's time to say to you all, goodbye. Sushi wants to say bye. You're going to meet Sushi soon, the teaching team, the students in Kyoto. Good. So now we're almost ready for food. You can see in the backstage that everything is almost ready. Just a couple of announcements. Please